Hey, everyone. How's it going? Welcome to another installment of another hour and a half long segment to waste just a little bit more of that limited time you have left on this dirt ball of a planet. Thanks for joining me. Also joining me on the panel is Atheist Jr. Welcome to the show. How are you doing today?
I'm good. I could use an hour and a half to kill time before my inevitable death.
Yeah, I mean, like, what were you going to do with it otherwise? It was kind of my mentality for it, you know? It's not like you were going to be curing cancer with that hour and a half or anything like that, so fuck it, right?
No, we're all going to die, and it's all going to involve pain and suffering.
Sweet. I love that that's like the only thing that everybody knows is going to happen eventually. We just want to open with a real optimistic message today on the Aiden Linden program. No, it may seem like I'm just all over the goddamn place in terms of my timing and scheduling, and you would be absolutely correct with that. The reason why I'm all over the place with my timing and scheduling is because I'm trying to more or less figure out the best time slot to actually do these shows. It seemed like yesterday worked out really well for everybody. It seemed like everybody was available. Today might be a little bit of a different story, but the only way to actually find out is to just fucking rip it and see how it goes. So
Yeah,
that's
yesterday worked out very good. That's why you're not repeating it.
It's true. That's true. I mean, I'm not repeating it because, like I said, I got to do a little bit of experimentation. You know, I got to check out the different times, see what works, see what doesn't. And right now, we'll see whether or not this time slot works for people or not. I got some pretty crazy news. My buddy, his name is Eric. I love the optimism. Thanks, Achilles. Thanks, appreciate it. My buddy from real life, his name's Eric. I hadn't seen him in forever. Like last time I probably saw him was like late 2018, early 2019 kind of thing. And we were friends like way back in the day, like I don't know, probably like early middle school, something like that. And he ended up coming over to my place for the first time like forever and ended up hanging out. He brought his girlfriend. We did a bit of a double date with my fiance. It was cool. But I found out today because he ended up giving me a call. Dude got hit by a car yesterday and ended up getting pretty mangled by it as well. Like he ended up sending me some photos of himself in the hospital and stuff. It's pretty messed up. He's like he's gonna survive, and things are looking like he's gonna need a bit of physiotherapy and stuff like that. But it also seems like based on the fact that the person that had ended up doing it to him ended up turning themselves in. It seems like he's possibly going to get a bit of a payday from this as well, which I mean, thank goodness he's at least going to get something out of this nightmare that he's going through right now, because literally just on his way to work, just minding his own business, and next thing you know, his entire life just got flipped upside down, and now he's going to have to deal with all this bullshit for the next like 6 months bare minimum. It's just crazy how that works, like how your entire life at any moment's notice could just get totally flipped upside down like that. It was just a bit of a reminder of that to me. The idea that like this consistent routine that we have going for ourselves, however consistent or inconsistent it might be, it might be. It's actually a lot more fragile than you probably just assume that it is. It's something that could just get totally broken away at any given moment. So me and Brianna are probably going to go and see him tomorrow was the plan. Now he's like 3 hours away, so it's not like something that we can just drop at any moment's notice and just do right away. But she's got tomorrow off, so we're probably going to go see him and try and cheer him up and stuff. But yeah, that's the crazy news going on in my life. I'm sure you've got equally crazy news going on in your life, right, AJ?
Well, in an equal tragedy, I really have been struggling to connect a controller to Dolphin Emulator on a computer, and it's just I'm dealing with it day by day, but it's just very difficult.
You know, insensitive people might be like, AJ, that was a horrible, monstrous thing of you to say. But you know what? In reality, as far as I'm concerned, those things really are just the exact same when you break them down to their basic component. you know, he got messed up by the fact that he was just minding his own business and this massive inconvenience happened to him. And now you are just minding your business trying to get this game to run. And now all of a sudden this controller just doesn't want to fucking work. I mean, like, how are those two things different from each other? That's what I want to know.
Yeah.
Here in the chat. No, the only reason why I'm making jokes like this is because he's equally humorous about this entire thing. We've both had a pretty similar sense of humor growing up throughout our life. That guy, he is the only person I've ever performed a legitimate, like, you played the Fallout games, right, AJ?
Yes.
You ever done a speech 100 check where you just say something that's absolutely absurd, but because you have such good speech ability, you're just able to pass it off to the person anyway?
Yeah, like you meet somebody and you just meeting them for the first time, and they're like, "Here's my wife, here's my daughter, here's $100,000 of caps."
That's right. I did that to my buddy Eric in real life one time. See, we had this area in our town. There wasn't many areas that you could hang out in when we were teenagers because my parents were super, super sticklerish about the whole, like, you can't be hanging out with these people and smoking reefer and all that stuff. So it's not like I'd be bringing my friends over to smoke weed at my place. So we only had a few places around the town that we would be able to go at any given point and go and hang out. And this was before any of us had vehicles. So it wasn't like we could just go out of town a little bit and hang out in the truck and light a blunt. No. There was a couple of spots that we had. And one of the spots was literally like the loading bay of an abandoned grocery store that was in my town that like nobody ever really frequented. It actually got turned into a church now, which I found to be pretty funny because the entranceway that all these people are coming and going from is the place where I just literally sat around smoking weed like a degenerate for countless hours in my youth. Anyways, we went over there one day and I had borrowed his little silicone pipe about a week earlier. And it had a very distinctive look to it. It wasn't like just some generic little thing. It had almost like it had a certain design to it. Anyways, I pulled that thing out because they're like, hey, we need something to smoke with. And not even thinking, I'm like, all right, cool. I'm going to pull this thing out. Now, was I planning on keeping it forever? No. I wasn't planning on keeping it forever, but I got to be real with you. I didn't have anything to smoke with at that point. So I was planning on holding on to it for a little bit until I had something of my own, and then I was going to give it back. Now, maybe that makes me a bit of a shitty friend, but that's the story. So here I am, pulling it out. I go, shit! Like mentally, internally, I'm going, shit, literally as I pull it out. Surely enough, Eric looks at the thing. I'm with a couple of other people, and he's like, oh, shit, man. There's my pipe. I was looking for that. And I just looked at him with the most deadpan expression you've ever seen in your entire life. And I guess it was just the confidence in the way that I said it. I just looked at him and I said, nah, man, you're thinking of the other pipe. And he just looks at me back and he's like, oh, yeah, you're right. And everybody else around me is just like baffled. They're just mystified at how that worked out. But nobody said a word to their credit. Yeah, that among a few other things were things we were reminiscing about when he came over. But shit, it's not like he's going to be able to come over anytime soon with what happened to him. He's not really going to be getting around much of anywhere. He got his tibia and fibula are both broken. He's got a couple. He's going to need a fucking one of those like rods inserted into your foot. Or sorry, into his leg, not his foot. So now he's not going to be able to get MRIs or anything like that for the rest of his life. And every time he passes through a metal detector, they're going to treat him like he's fucking Saddam Hussein. So that's going to be good. It's just crazy. Like I said, I really do think that it's just a very shocking way of realizing just how fragile the system that you think you've got going for yourself can be. Oh, hey, Daniel. I just saw that you joined the show. How's it going, man?
It's going well. It's going well. I was listening in a little bit, so it sounds like you linked up with your friend Eric the day before he may have needed you.
No. So I linked up with him. Sorry, I should have clarified. It was about a week before now that he ended up coming over. So, yeah, he lives in a town that, like I said, it's about 3 hours away. So it's not like he'll just be able to come over on a whim or anything like that. Like right now, unfortunately, financially, he's just barely been scraping by. So unfortunate as it is, he was basically telling me from his hospital bed, like, "Oh man, I'm finally gonna get paid." Like I might actually finally have a little bit of money to work with for once in my life. And it's just kind of tragic that we live in a world where that's the kind of thing that you have to be thinking about when you're sitting there in the hospital bed is, oh wow, I might actually have like more than nothing in my bank account by the time that I end up paying all my bills at the end of the month. The amount of people that live like that, though, it really is quite unfortunate. There's not, from my recollection, maybe there are people out there in the community that do live that way and they just don't express it, but there's not a lot of people, I think, in our particular community that are living that kind of lifestyle where they're living just paycheck to paycheck, barely scraping by, barely having anything to even make it. But the commonality of that and the frequency that people actually have to live that way really is quite unfortunate. I'm one of those people who just recently, over the last couple of years, I finally have like a couple $1,000s put away somewhere as a little nest egg that I can just invest in things instead of constantly having to pay it off. So I myself only just recently got out of that. I don't know if you're comfortable talking about it, Daniel, but are you one of those people that's fortunate enough that you have a little bit of money put away? You don't just live paycheck to paycheck?
Well, right now I don't live paycheck to paycheck, but yeah, I mean, it could just one disaster away, and it would wipe me out too.
Right.
Like,
Yeah, I'm not acting like you have to have a Scrooge McDuck vault somewhere that you're just able to dive into, but like,
yeah, I
just
got a couple $1,000s. Yeah,
right.
I got a couple $1,000s, like just to get me through maybe a couple of months or something. But yeah, no, you're right. I mean, a lot of people live paycheck to paycheck, and I'm glad I don't right now, but easily could go back to that.
Yeah, the razor thin margins that people are living by. And I think that's why some of these more out of touch people that don't have to live that way, why I've unironically heard people like that going, "Oh, why is it every election we always have to be talking about gas prices and grocery prices and all these different things all the time?" And it's just like, well, yeah, because you don't have to worry about that. Almost everyone else does. Everyone else, maybe an extra 25 cents on the carton of eggs doesn't seem like that much of a big deal for somebody that isn't just barely scraping by. But often it's not just a little 25-cent increase anymore, the way that it's laid out to be. It's usually more like $1 or more as far as incremental increases. And B, $1 to somebody that's making like $7.25 an hour, or what's the federal minimum wage? I think it's like $7.25 or something like that. That's pretty significant. Like, that's not something that you can just throw away and not worry about. So, I don't know. Those things are peace, love, and grace. Hey, Dean, how's it going? Get your butt in here. Same with you, Achilles. You're out here in the side chat. Get your ass in here.
Yeah, I love pecan pies they have at Walmart, and they were 84 cents, and now they've raised the price to 92 cents. I just don't know if I can manage anymore.
Honestly, AJ, there's somebody out there that's living on those pecan pies, and that's true. There's somebody out there that literally just buys 20 of those things at a time, and
they're
that's
delicious.
the only thing that they eat. And that person, unironically, probably is just raging against the machine right now as we see. They got radicalized by it, AJ.
Yeah.
They're joining a terror cell as we speak because, God damn it, that 11 cent increase on the pecan pie, that's significant.
Probably so it happened.
Charlie Kirk.
God damn it, AJ.
You see what's happening.
Let me just find a way to shoehorn Charlie Kirk into this.
Sorry, go ahead, Dave.
Current event with Iran. Iran, I think that revolution right now, it seems to be because of economics. Like basically, people lost their life savings. Everything like doubled in price overnight.
Yeah, and one of the things I saw a bunch of people memeing on was like Iran offers people an additional $7 a month.
$7 a month.
Yeah, I know. And you know what? I agree. It's still a bit of a pittance, even by their standards. $7.
Even by theirs, yeah.
But like the amount of people on this planet that live off of less than $1 a day is absolutely insane. The amount of people that live on a level of poverty that even in our world is extremely hard to find, you know, is truly mind-boggling. How's it going, Achilles? Welcome to the show.
Hey, everybody. I was just listening in because I'm working, I'm trying to do something, and it's great when you have something, you know, for your ears. And I didn't want to interrupt the discussion. I was like, okay, but you asked very politely, so I could resist.
I did ask.
Get your butt up here. Yeah. What are you scared?
Yeah. What the hell, Achilles?
Oh my gosh. Yeah, that's been going around. That word. But yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
Is anyone got Verizon? Because I have Verizon and my connection's been kind of like being messed up, but I've been seeing on social media a lot of people are complaining about Verizon right now. I wonder if I don't know, you think Iran has it in them to do a cyber attack? And if they did, would it actually hurt us?
Well, they did it was an official statement that to Trump that the next one is not gonna miss.
Yeah, they said they're gonna assassinate him. Yeah.
Yeah, they did. Yeah, exactly. They used those words that I just used. The next one's not gonna miss. So it's not like a definite threat, but it is pretty much a threat. So I don't know if they have the ability with sleeper cells already to do that. Then I don't know. Yeah, hackers are not that hard to come by. You can get them from free from China.
Oh, Aiden, I told you the cell phones went down yesterday.
Damn it. It's Stephen King's. It's Stephen King's Cell. That's what's about to happen. I don't know if any of you have read that or seen the movie. The book is way better than the movie. Just letting you know. But yeah, someone's gonna. Yeah, that is true. That's not many cases where I don't know. You could make the argument that The Shining is one of those rare examples
due to Jack Nicholson.
Yeah.
I love The Shining.
Yeah, because of that specific actor. Yeah,
I would say so. Yeah, but there are rare instances, I would say, where the movie can actually be better. But you know, when you have people like Jack Nicholson and Stanley Kubrick, that's kind of cheating, as far as I'm concerned.
It is.
Just a little bit. Just a little bit. It's just a cheat code for your movie to automatically be good, basically.
Stephen King he's got a master class in quantity over quality, and you're gonna lay some golden eggs. And if you do like 100 stories, at least one of them's gonna be good.
That's true. I like Cell because it's actually one of those Stephen King books that like the overall message doesn't have to be super deep. It's literally just fuck phones. It's basically the message of Cell. It's just these phones are turning people into a bunch of zombies, but it's like brought into such a literal interpretation. It's just, I consider it like a popcorn book, you know? It's one of those ones where you don't have to take it too seriously. You can just sit down and turn your brain off and just kind of enjoy it for what it is. People always talk about that with films, but I think there's definitely certain books that have that quality as well.
Dean Koontz has a lot like that as well, I think.
So go ahead.
What would you say about, because I know what a fan you are of Dune, what do you think of the Hollywood version of it?
Oh, the newest one?
I don't know, all of them?
Well, there's two of them. There's one by David Lynch, which was made in 1984, and I actually like that one quite a bit.
Oh no, I mean the modern.
I know you mean the modern one. I was just about to get my apologism for the 1984 Dune out of the way really quick because I am like an unashamed apologist of that movie. I know that it was like super cut down and that like there were elements of it that probably should have been left in, and the director's cut is way better and all that stuff, but the set design is excellent, and it's a fucking David Lynch movie, guys. Come on, it's going to be good. Anyways, the other thing.
But let's say if I didn't have the books and I didn't have the film.
Oh, if you had no context, if you just walked into the movie theater and saw that, I think overall it does about as good of a job as you reasonably can at telling such a dense story. There are certain elements that I would change. Like I definitely would have, even though it actually wasn't in the book, I would actually include the scene with the Guild Navigator that David Lynch had in his movie, if anything, because I think that it really does a good job of illustrating the character's motivations in a pretty short period of time, which is a pretty hard thing to do in filmmaking and do effectively. Portray a really complex thing from a book in a relatively short period of time and still get the entire messaging of it across, or at least enough of it to get the audience hooked on what it's talking about. And I would have included that. In part 2, I would have changed the characterization of Shaddam. I mean, like, I didn't like the casting for Shaddam. I thought that. Yeah. I mean, I thought that they definitely could have done way better than that. He was. I forget his name off the top of my head. Who did they get?
Willem Dafoe.
Willem Dafoe. Thank you. He's just not Shaddam. You know, like he's just. You read the book and you get a sense of his characterization, and not only that, but the Shaddam in the books is not this old, withered man. Yes, he's over 200 years old, but he's the emperor of this galactic empire that has access to all of these resources. And as a result, he literally looks like a man that's in his like 30s or 40s. He's still got this giant head, this giant flowing head of hair, and all this like very youthful, vivacious appearance. And yet, it's interesting because even though he has that youthful appearance, he is a very haggard, tired old man who's just been weighed down by all these institutions, always putting all this pressure on him to do all these different things. And you just don't really get that sense. You also don't get a sense of grandeur from him that you get in the David Lynch version. In the 84 David Lynch, hold on, I'm going to pull it up real quick. I'm going to pull up a still. You guys vamp for a quick second so you don't have to hear my mechanical keyboard clacking away. It's so annoying.
Membrane, baby, membrane.
When you say vamp, I've heard you say that like the second time now. I don't know what that means.
So vamping is a term that's used in theater. It's typically used when an actor or a group of actors needs to fill time. Especially like when scenes are being changed around on stage and you're getting like new things set up, you'll have an actor or a group of actors vamp basically to distract the audience and make it so that there's just nothing going on whatsoever, because nothing is less engaging than just a bunch of dead air, right? So when I say vamp, that's what I mean.
Yeah, but what does it mean? And like, do you just mean like?
I mean, like you essentially
amongst yourselves, or
yeah, just talk, just chat. Just commiserate amongst each other. I don't care. Talk about the damn weather for all I care. Just make sure that there isn't a bunch of dead air. That's all I ask. I'm not going to be gone for long. I'm just pulling something up.
All right. So let me see.
So Saturday, Saint Athanasius the Great, right? He was the father of monasticism. We celebrate him on Saturday. That's cool.
Okay, in other news,
we're going to do a river blessing on Sunday. You know, that's something the Orthodox do. They bless rivers.
Oh, Daniel, have you seen the whole Bartholomew thing exploding as of like the past week?
I've seen a lot. I've seen what the Russian spy.
Yeah, they're calling him a straight up traitor of Orthodoxy.
I don't know. It actually doesn't look good.
The thing is that people have been complaining for him for years, so this is like vindicating, you know, everybody that has been against all the actions that he has been doing towards Catholicism and towards what he did with Ukraine, because the whole thing with Ukraine, it also has a spiritual aspect. I'm not gonna say I'm not gonna say it's a religious war. It's not a religious war, but it does have a big spiritual aspect.
Yeah, I mean, so there's a few things to say about it. Like, one, I don't think it's a good look for it to come from a spy agency. I think it makes it look like the Russian Orthodox Church is under some kind of political rule, and that can actually happen, which is not a good thing for Orthodoxy. Even though I agree with what they're saying, I don't like where it's coming from. And I had another thought about that too. Yeah, that the Patriarch Kirill called it a holy will. Sorry, a holy war is not appropriate at all. There's no such thing as a holy war in Orthodoxy. So, like, while I agree that I'm against the Fanar, but like I don't like the way they're saying it and where it's coming from.
All right. So
okay. Oh, okay.
I got this pulled up. I just wanted the conversation to arrive at a somewhat natural conclusion before I came back and just totally bulldozed it again. Hey, I'm going to ask you to construct a conversation out of nowhere. And then when you're in the middle of laying the foundation for that, I'm going to bulldoze it again. No, I figured I'd at least let you lay the foundation before I came back. I just wanted to pull up a kind of comparison image here just between them. And I'll go between, but... So this is the Shaddam from the 1984 Dune. And I still agree that he is like characterized in a way that's not quite right. He's still characterized as this old man, and it's not quite accurate to the book. But I'm still willing to accept that, if anything, because this isn't a book, this is a movie, and it's only going to have a limited amount of time to show him as this old kind of persona that's been worn down with time. But the main thing that I want to draw attention to with this is the attire and the courtroom behind him, because even with a very limited budget, you get this sense of grandiosity with this. You get this sense of wealth and opulence. And
let me be devil's advocate here, just for the sake of argument, and say that maybe what they were trying to push in this quick manner, because it is a movie, was the maturity part, and the best way to do that is with an older person.
Right. That's what I was trying to say earlier. Essentially, you did it much more eloquently, but you did. No, it was pretty eloquent. They usually. In a film, yeah, you're unable to communicate things quite that subtle to people unless you devote a decent amount of time to really fleshing out that character. And while Shaddam is an important character in Dune, he's not by any means the main character. He's probably, besides the Baron Harkonnen, just viewed as one of the antagonists. But I think that he's, if not even more important of an antagonist than the Baron, because he represents the ultimate thing that's being overthrown in the first book, which is the status quo, the things, how things were before, the old order of things, the established way of thinking, because he's head of a House Carino, that has been in charge of this Imperium for almost 10,000 years at this point, by this time in the Dune timeline. So the idea of any human government lasting for 10,000 years in our context just sounds mind-boggling. Like, just something that doesn't have any frame of reference for whatsoever, even.
Yeah, like we say, billions of years, right?
Something right. Like yeah. Just like that, Achilles. It's like even the Romans, who I would argue, because yes, you could say the Chinese technically lasted longer as a civilization, but I would say that their civilization wasn't a continuous state. You had the Han dynasty and the Ming dynasty and the Qing dynasty and all of these, the Song dynasty, all these different governments coming and going, even with the Han or the Qin dynasty near the beginning of things. But you don't have a continuous state the same way that you do with the Romans. And with the Romans, they last all the way as a continuous state from about 700 BC to about 1453 AD. So even then, you're dealing with a time span of only about 2,200 years. So this Imperium that exists in the Dune timeline is one that has just been so established and so long lasting that it's basically just a given to people in that universe. They don't know any other way. And you would think that what would come with that, with this absolutely gargantuan concentration of wealth and power and authority, would come this sense of grandeur and grandiosity and this, I need to, for lack of a better term, flex my power and domination over everyone else and just show everybody how much better I am. And I feel like this, with a limited budget though it was, did a much better job at that than let me just share the other one. This is the best one I could find, but this is the courtroom from the new one. And it's just so minimalistic. He's basically the emperor of mankind is essentially wearing a fancy muumuu now rather than this like great grand overcoat with all this bedecked decoration. And he's got this throne that's like basically looks like something that you would find at like a really fancy dental office, is like the chair that they would strap you into, like a really upscale. I don't know. It just doesn't give the same impression. It really doesn't. And I think that it's definitely a different kind of style, but it's not one that I'm more privy to. I think Irulan over there to the left looks pretty cool, though. Irulan looks pretty awesome compared to the one in the David Lynch version, who looks pretty much like just a generic princess. So that's just to say that Villeneuve gets like 90% of it right. I'd even say 95% of it right with his adaptation of Dune. And that has to be applauded just because of how much is there to adapt. If you look at the length of Dune as a novel,
well,
it's like...
as long as you find somebody who is that invested in the Dune universe as you have been, telling me that is good to me, because what I don't like is when they take some lore and they just completely destroy the way that it is. If you're telling me that they are pretty much accurate, other than stuff like that, that's good. So they respect. Good respect to the film, to the books.
Really, what I just did there was just a long form nitpick. You know, like it's not something that breaks the movie by any stretch of the imagination. It's just an artistic direction that I specifically wouldn't have necessarily taken. Hey, Dustin, welcome to the show, buddy.
What up, my glib globs?
Woo! Woo! Have you talked with Daniel before? Have you guys conversed in the past?
I think there was an epic like exchange that I believe you are in reference with.
I'm trying to think right now.
I don't think I've seen you together.
Justin and I have talked.
I think I've partaken a little bit too much herb of the earth. Thinking about that right now, but I call that the missing mod effect. But
I believe the proper term nowadays is missing mop head effect.
Oh, come on now. Come on. You don't have to come out swinging right away, Dustin. You can take a second.
That's a term of endearment, okay?
Let me get through your intro. You haven't even finished walking to the ring yet, and you're already throwing punches. Come on now, man. Simmer down. Simmer down. Yeah.
I have...
Go ahead, Daniel.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I don't know if this is too much of like going off into another direction, but I just have a question.
No, feel free.
And I love America, okay? But I have a question. Why is it okay for us to take Greenland and China can't take Taiwan?
Yep.
There's a significant like difference in culture and population.
You know what the real answer for that is? You know what the real answer for that is because the Taiwanese semiconductor industry exists. And if we lost those semiconductors, then the little bit of technological edge that we have right now, which by the way, this quote unquote technological edge that America has over China really only exists in the AI space. That's basically the only place where America has a significant tech edge. If you look at what China has at its disposal right now, dude, it's insane. They're literally selling EVs that are better than Teslas at a fraction of the cost. And everybody over there is buying them. And the only reason why they're not available in America is because they know that if they made them available in America, nobody would buy a Tesla.
Yeah.
Nobody would buy any of the American-made vehicles because they're shit compared to what they're making over there. Because China over the last 20 or 30 years has made such massive leaps in not only that, but it's infrastructure. Like
Xiaomi, a cell phone company, is making better electric cars than Teslas. So it's way better and way cheaper. And if you didn't catch the answer from Aiden, let me sum it up, Daniel, is because it is convenient for us to say that China can't have Taiwan, but we can have anything we want, but they can't have Taiwan, because if they do, we're cooked. If they take Taiwan, so it's a little bit of a double standard. It's like too much.
It's overtly a double standard.
Yeah.
It's overtly a double. It's literally just because America still has this position. It's undeniable that America is still the global hegemon right now. But just because you're the global hegemon doesn't mean that hegemony is the same one that it was back in the 50s or the 60s. America in the 50s and the 60s relied on soft power. America relied on the
Marshall Plan, right? You're a fan of history, so you know the Marshall Plan. Like our original way of making peace was make everyone happy, basically give them money and say, look, you don't need a military. In fact, we won't let you have one, but we'll protect you and like we'll be the world police. And just come to us for all your needs.
And we'll subsidize all of what little military industry you have in your country, to the point where if you don't rely on our subsidization anymore, you basically have to start from scratch.
Yeah, that's the key. And I don't know if you like Star Trek or not, but like the Federation of Planets is like the exact same model of what America used to be, where it's just like it costs too much to not be allies with us. It would just be. It makes more sense to just get with the program than to resist.
I mean, the ultimate culmination of America's soft power strategy was the fall of the Soviet Union. And the fact that the Soviet Union literally fell without a shot being fired from a single American rifle.
The idea of America is a field of fair play where the little guy has just as much shot as the big guy. We've gone far afield from that. But that was the original idea.
That was the idea. I can't deny that. At least that's what America sold to the world as an idea. I don't know if it was ever fully implemented. What
do you mean? Everybody moved here for the land of opportunity. Give me a week.
Yeah, everybody moved here, but then you look at the people that did move here and look at the Irish immigrants who came here in the 1860s, and literally the second they got off the boat, they got a rifle put in their hand and told that they had to go fight for Lincoln. You know, like there's been plenty of times where these people, they came for a better life, and some of them almost certainly did find a better life. But the thing is that better life, the idea of that better life is what drove them there, right? And
no, the idea of a fair shot is what drove them there, not the idea of a better life. Life was what it was.
Well, better life includes having a fair shot, doesn't it? Like, isn't that kind of necessary to build a better life?
It's more of a pathway too, rather than either or.
I could see that. I just think that I would not disagree with you for a second that a person living in America in, say, 1976, they would have a lot better of a chance living in a socioeconomic position that me and you were living in to get out of that and to actually achieve a high standard of living than they do now. But that doesn't mean that idea was perfectly ironclad back in 1976 and there weren't still loads of people being discriminated and being unfairly treated and having, local laws being
that there was a guarantee of any kind is outrageous and ludicrous. There was never any guarantee. There was just a fair shot. That's
a guarantee and a fair shot, but you're not guaranteed a fair shot if you come to America and all of a sudden you get denied certain rights and freedoms that other people have access to. Like, look at the Chinese Exclusion Act. The idea that these Chinese came here and built your railroads, but the second they weren't useful for you anymore, now all of a sudden they're not able to vote.
So the exclusionary principles only apply to those that you agree with or disagree with? I'm confused. Right? Well, nobody was guaranteed citizenship based on their labor. right? There was the ability to secure a pathway to citizenship.
No, the
But the
Chinese
idea-
Exclusion Act didn't allow that. They literally explicitly said they could not become citizens. They could come here and they could work here, but they couldn't become citizens.
How many Chinese are citizens today? Like, you're making a point, and I understand that in the context of the time it was relevant. But then there's the other end of the coin where I'm almost certain. I mean, I don't know what time period you're referring to exactly, but I'd be willing to bet it wasn't too many years off before we instantly reversed those policies.
Well, it depends on the people that you're talking about. The Chinese Exclusion Act more deals with the Gilded Age. However, people like Native Americans weren't able to vote until like the 1960s, 1950s in America. Literally the people that were originally here and originally inhabited your country.
Do you mean in the golden era of whatchamacallit, diplomatic immunity? I mean, for the love of God, we have shown a lot of goodwill and grace towards these people we call guests. And you want to point to the worst of the worst in any situation and make it sound like that is the whole shot for all of reality. It's not.
No,
we have been more generous on this continent than any previous continent has ever, bar none. We have more foreign aid than any other country on the planet.
Yeah, you think that foreign aid doesn't come with a whole bunch of strings attached to it? You don't think that foreign aid doesn't come with a shitload of influence that is brought over those countries as a direct result? I don't think it's being given out of the kindness of your heart. I think it's being given because you're still trying to buy influence in the world. And you know what? It's a valid strategy. It's not like it's not a strategy that Russia and China aren't using right now. Look at the Belt and Road.
But let's admit that that's the way it is. It's not benevolent, right? It's respectable, but it has strings attached.
There have been loads of other societies throughout human history that I would say were far more tolerant than that of America at the time period we're talking about. Look at Andalusia come the turn of the 10th or 11th century. They were literally tolerant of homosexuality. They were tolerant of Jewish people at a time where almost everyone else in Europe wasn't tolerant of them. They were a bastion of literature and of learning in general. They were basically the Baghdad of that end of Europe as far as education was concerned. Cordoba specifically was. So
I don't think there's any connections between like Jewish people and homosexuality and transgenderism and all that.
I don't think there's any connection between any of those at all. Do you?
No, but I think there was a Jewish thinker that came up with some of these ideas, or like a lot of these like queer theory.
What do you came up with these ideas?
Yeah. Well, they made it into a scholarly pursuit, and also like the science behind it, like changing hormones and stuff.
I mean, like, say what you will about, and you know what? The thing that's always brought up in regards to that, the whole people have had bad results with hormone replacement therapy. People have had bad results with top or bottom surgery. I agree that those people exist out there. That's not to say that they don't, but there's not one single medical treatment that exists in this world that has a 0% patient regression rate where they regret the fact that they did that. I think it's like 20-something% of people that get knee surgery say that they regret it because they end up feeling worse and have more pain as a direct result after that. So there's plenty of medical treatments out there where people do end up regretting doing it after the fact. However, the reason why those medical treatments are still offered is because the vast majority of those patients who do get that do see positive outcomes and do see an increase in their quality of life. And that's been overwhelmingly been shown to be the case with things like hormone replacement therapy and gender affirming care with transgender individuals.
Well, is that really the case though? Because I feel like maybe citation needed there. I don't know, because like I feel like there's a lot of.
Give me a sec.
Yeah.
You can keep talking, like you can keep talking by all means.
Yeah.
The difference, I think, in the two examples is that on one example we are changing something from the way it is to something different, and in other example, the example that Aiden brought is we are correcting some malfunction to bring it back to what it the way it used to operate.
It's a malfunction in the case of gender dysphoria as well. Gender dysphoria is an illness, and the treatment for that illness has overwhelmingly been shown. The most effective version of that treatment has largely been shown to be gender-affirming care. Now, that's not for everyone, I agree, and it shouldn't be a one-size-fits-all approach, and it's not a one-size-fits-all approach. There are plenty of instances where people have been diagnosed with gender dysphoria and don't receive gender-affirming care because their specific psychological evaluation was deemed that that wasn't necessary for them. So it's not to say that every single person that's diagnosed with gender dysphoria is just automatically sent to the surgeon to get their wee-wee chopped off. You know, that's not how that happens.
But just by the definition that you yourself use, it sounds more of a psychological thing that is happening other than a bodily thing.
And it's like, wouldn't you need society to pretty much all be on board and say, like,
did you cut out or did I cut out?
I think Daniel may have frozen there for a second.
Okay. Because my screen was blank and I didn't know. Okay.
Okay, so I do have something here from Cornell.
Iranians.
I have something here from Cornell University for when Daniel comes back, because he asked for citation, and I have one for him. I can read it actually right now while he's away, and I can read it for him again when he comes back, just to kind of.
I'm back. Oh, my connection's terrible.
No, you're good.
Censored.
Yeah. I'm somehow limiting Daniel's internet connection from another country right now. I'm going.
It's the Iranians.
We're on the same continent. There's no one who has more money than this continent, all right?
Terry's triggered in the side chat. She triggered. You stay triggered, Terry. As long as you like the stream, that's all that matters. Stay triggered. No, I'm just joking. So this is from, like I said, Cornell University. What does the scholarly research
defend America?
What does the scholarly research say about the effect of gender transition on transgender well-being? The overview says, we conducted a systemic literature review of all peer-reviewed articles published in English between 1991 and June 2017 that assessed the effect of gender transition on transgender well-being. We identified 55 studies that consist of primary research on this topic, of which 51, or 93%, found that gender transition improves the overall well-being of transgender people, while 4 or 7% report mixed or null findings. We found no studies concluding that gender transition causes overall harm. As an added resource, we separately include 17 additional studies that consist of literature reviews and practitioner guidelines. And I'll just read the bottom line section here real quick as well. The search found a robust international consensus in the peer-reviewed literature that gender transition, including medical treatments such as hormone therapy and surgeries, improves the overall well-being of transgender individuals. The literature also includes the greater availability of medical and social support for gender transition contributes to better quality of life for those who identify as transgender. Below are 8 findings of our review and links to the 72 studies on which they are based. So I'm going to link that myself in the side chat if anybody wants to check that out.
So 2 thoughts. One is that it did seem like it admits that society pretty much has to also be gaslit into saying that like men are women.
Where does it say that?
The other thing is, well, you said that so say it again about social pressures. What was it in that study?
No, I didn't say anything about social pressures. It said the search found a robust international consensus in the peer-reviewed literature that gender transition, including medical treatments such as hormone therapy and surgeries, improves the overall well-being of transgender individuals. The literature also includes the greater availability of medical social support for gender transition contributes to better quality of life for those who identify as transgender. So it doesn't say that they have to do that. It just says that that also improves patient outcomes as social support. And name one single medical treatment where social support isn't a valid thing to help improve patient outcomes. Obviously, if people are around you and supporting you and helping you through something, there's going to be a better chance that it's successful, right?
Not always.
Yeah, but it's unlikely when somebody has to go against like their core beliefs. The other thing is, like, does this include the suicide rate? Because the suicide rate's super high. I don't know.
It is high, and you know what? Actually, as a matter of fact, the studies are pretty thoroughly saying in regards to the suicidality of transgender individuals that the vast majority of the time that occurs is when they are socially ostracized and when they are excluded from social groups on the basis of their transgender identity, which is something that we can probably see all around ourselves in society. And once again, name one single instance where somebody, when they're denied, you just said that somebody's being denied their core beliefs, but it's not even necessarily just a belief for them. It is their, not to say that it is the definitive reality, but it's their reality that they have gender dysphoria and they genuinely have these thoughts within their mind. And the treatment of that has overwhelmingly been shown to be most effective when these treatments have been administered. Not to every single person. Not every single person that got knee surgery probably didn't need knee surgery. Some of them probably could have gone through other outcomes in order to achieve the same thing. But ultimately, the point still stands that the vast majority that get knee surgery don't regret it because it's overall a pretty effective treatment. And you may say that those two things are different in terms of what's being quote unquote addressed or repaired or whatever. But ultimately, the outcome of those treatments is what's being focused on right now. And
okay, I have to push back.
It's hard to quantify that, though. I mean,
I have to push back on this. I have to.
No, go ahead,
if I came to you and I identified as having too many body parts and I wanted one of my arms cut off, what would your objection be?
My objection, well, I wouldn't inherit. My thing I would do to address that would be I would have you sent to a battery of psychologists so that they could overview you, so that they could speak to you and get to the bottom of why you feel that way. And we would see whether or not the symptoms of what you are expressing align with anything within the DSM. Now, if it does align with something within the DSM, the best objective from that point moving forward is to seek whatever the best overall treatment is for that, barring that you have specific psychological markers that would not indicate that that's the best form of treatment. So in your example, if there was something out there that said, this person that I identify as trans-limbed or something like that in this example, you have 8 arms, you know, you have trans-limbed, you have limb dysphoria, and you think that you have 8 arms. If it was found in the vast majority of studies, if people had 8 arms, that over 90% of the time when those people get one of their arms chopped off, that they actually have improved quality of life and they live better lives and they don't feel as horrible and distressed and awful as they did before, then isn't that more important? Isn't that person's quality of life ultimately the major thing that all medical treatments are seeking to improve?
That's it. That's subjective. It's subjective. It's based on a third party's perspective of whether or not a procedure is warranted, and then the other end of the equation
is that not the case for, though? That's all medical treatments.
That's not true.
Yes,
that's not true at all. No, people perform surgery on themselves all the time.
Oh, come on. Yeah, but it's not like people are... Yeah, unless you're like a Russian doctor in Antarctica in 1957 that's snowed out of any ability to get any help from anybody else. Chances are you're not going to perform an appendectomy on yourself.
Or Arnold Schwarzenegger, you know.
I'm just saying there's people that pull foreign objects out of their body all the time. You want to say that that's not a surgery because it doesn't require a surgeon. I'm just going to look at you and say you're a prude.
Dude, I've removed ingrown toenails, okay? Does that make me a surgeon? You know?
No, but it does mean that you have the ability to perform some surgical procedure.
Okay.
Well, one thing about this study...
Go ahead.
I was just going to say with this study, like, did they compare this to other alternatives at all? Like, could you try to work on the person's psychological issues that they think there's something they're not?
They do that. Every single person that is diagnosed with gender dysphoria has to be seen by not one, but a number of psychologists in the vast majority of the time. Now, if there's limited resources, there are instances where they're only able to see one psychologist. And that is unfortunate because, yes, I agree that you need to see multiple psychologists and get multiple perspectives on that before you move forward with the treatment in order for it to maximize its chance of being effective. But in the ideal scenario, you would be seen by not one, but multiple psychologists who are going to evaluate what you're saying and reference that based on their extensive knowledge on this before you even ever step foot inside of a doctor's office. That's how that works.
But if they're going to the DSM and the DSM says, okay, they have gender dysphoria, therefore transition, hormone treatment, do they have any other options where they can be like, actually, we want to treat this psychologically?
Yeah, there's gender affirming care.
Yeah, they have an option to wait. They have an option to wait until the DSM fits their particular diagnosis.
There's gender affirming care that is non-invasive, and I say non-invasive in terms of it not involving any surgical procedure. That does include just typical therapy sessions with psychologists. That is one of the outcomes that exists for gender affirming care. Gender affirming care isn't just surgery and isn't just hormone replacement therapy. Those are the things that are always talked about, though, because those are the easiest things to become alarmist about.
But that's not what I mean, because you're saying gender affirming. That means like you're psychologically going to therapists and saying they're agreeing with you. Like they'd be like, yeah, you are a woman, Daniel. But like what I'm saying is like, is there an alternative where they're like, Daniel, you're a man?
Yeah,
there are help you work with you being comfortable with being a man.
There are alternatives like that. However, we've seen in study after study that when people are given those treatments, the vast majority of people that are given those treatments don't receive good outcomes. Like, yeah, I'm sure some people that get bloodletting receive positive outcomes from that as well. Otherwise, we wouldn't have done it for centuries at a time. But that doesn't mean that bloodletting...
Where's the studies on it, though? You know, like, where's the data? Because I don't see the
there wasn't any studies. That was folklore. There wasn't any studies on bloodletting. That was folklore and witch doctory.
There was absolutely studies done on bloodletting. It wasn't just
not to begin with. Not before it was considered a medical procedure. We go ahead, show me the study that goes way back when they first started bloodletting.
That's completely beyond the point, though. I'm talking about the data for like actually treating somebody and saying, look, you think you're something else than you're not. We're not going to tell you that you're right in your delusion.
Okay.
We're going to work on getting rid of the delusion. And like, where's the study on that to see the success?
If you could find me any kind of terminology that I can search in order to try and find that, then that would be good. However, just saying a form of treatment where you call somebody that is biologically male isn't probably going to get me very far in trying to find that. I'm just asking, like, because there probably is. I just don't have immediate access.
You can look up deconversion therapy. Try looking that up.
Okay, hold on. I'll do that right now. Success rate.
I'll do you this. I think, and I'm just throwing that in. I'm enjoying the discussion. So, bringing in studies will always like if we find this, it will have been highlighted by somebody that the other side will consider a biased source. For example, we might find it in some religious institution that says, here's the study from this university that proved this, and the other side will say, well, you know, that's what the religious people would say. So my point on that is try not to get caught up in the studies this much, because there are studies on both sides. Stick to the theoretical discussion on this. Otherwise, okay. I mean, it's not that Aiden would do that, but I know that it happens a lot. Aiden would take the source for what it is.
I'm gonna vouch for Aiden. Aiden's probably the most good faith atheist I've ever met on my life.
I appreciate that. I really do try not to argue in bad faith.
Still is Robin, but
Robin's good. Robin's good. I like Robin a lot. I love Dan. He's the best. I love his beaver videos. No, but
beaver videos.
Thank you, Dustin, for the idea for the terminology there. I appreciate it. So what I have in front of me is from gov.uk, and it says an assessment of the evidence on conversion therapy for sexual orientation and gender identity. It was published on the 29th of October 2021, and it says in the executive summary, This report summarizes the international evidence on the nature, quality, and quantity of the evidence on conversion therapy to change sexual orientation and to change gender identity. This is to help inform the development of options for ending conversion therapy. So this assessment supplements the rapid evidence review and research on conversion therapy carried out by Coventry University. I'm also going to link this in the side chat really quickly as well for everybody so that they can check this out for themselves. But yes, I'm going to.
You missed the D in deconversion. Deconversion therapy.
You know, this is actually a good study that he pulled up. I think this is an alternative, especially if it's the UK, because they've been working on this.
Yeah, well, you asked for an alternative, and I'm not just going to try and push one end of things. I don't have a problem looking at both ends of things. So, one, about the evidence. The evidence base for conversion therapy to change sexual orientation has been growing for over 20 years. The evidence base for gender identity is much newer, with the earliest study done in 2018. As a result, the literature is dominated by evidence on conversion therapy for sexual orientation. So that's actually to say, Daniel, that the vast majority of literature that exists out there isn't actually for conversion therapy. Is that conversion therapy, not deconversion?
Conversion means like they affirm and they give you the hormones.
Yeah, okay. No, you're right. Yeah, okay.
They transition you.
I misread that at first. Okay. The main topics of the studies into conversion therapy for sexual orientation were participants' experience of conversion therapy and the outcomes of conversion therapy. For conversion therapy for gender identity, the main topics covered were the scale of conversion therapy among transgender people, participants' experiences of conversion therapy, and the outcomes of conversion therapy. Articles reviewed. Yeah. I just don't want to. Okay, main findings. And if you want to read all this stuff here in the middle as well, I'm not trying to hide anything. You can go and read it. I put it in the side chat. Or you can pause the stream and read what I just put up there. Main findings.
Main findings.
The main findings.
Hey, guys.
Oh, go ahead, Dustin.
Sorry, guys. I got to go. I got to get back to work. I love everyone here. Daniel, you and I, we need to talk.
All right. Love you too, brother.
All right. Have a good one, Dustin. Take care.
That was a little gay vibe right there. I'm just
You said it, not me. So main findings. The main findings from the studies were that there is no robust evidence that conversion therapy can achieve its stated therapeutic aim of changing sexual orientation or gender identity. The types of practices tend to be similar for conversion therapy for sexual orientation and for gender identity. For example, talking therapies delivered by faith groups or mental health professionals.
Let me pause you here. Of course, when you make it to all the way to the end of the line and there is no way back, that is definitely a more definitive solution. Which can be considered like, yep, now it's effective.
But the idea that's
the dysphoria is still there. You know what I'm saying? So a psychological approach, of course, is going to say that, it depends on the individual. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Now, if we chop it off, it definitely worked. You know what I'm saying?
But that's not what the science.
Yeah,
says.
We don't need to get ahead of the cart here. This is actually going to be quite good for us if Aiden can just read it.
I mean, I'm like I said before, I'm not just trying to sit here and shoehorn one.
Yeah, this is our source, Achilles. Let him read it.
Yeah, but I just posed on the fact that it says there is no robust.
You're gonna like what he says.
That conversion.
I guarantee
it. I just said that the fact that it says there is no robust evidence. It is, of course, the case because we're talking about the psychological approach, and it depends on the individual. Right. While the other side, the not conversion therapy, what was it?
Deconversion.
Transition therapy.
So conversion therapy is transition. So conversion therapy is what you're against, Achilles, just like I'm against it. This is an alternative to that. So if Achilles reads, I mean, if it's allowed to be read, we're going to like what he says. And then you can talk afterwards about it. Yeah.
Then wait, because maybe I got it wrong. So wait a minute. How is this called? How is this?
Yeah. You don't have to argue against this article. Just listen to it, and then.
I love how Daniel's trying to coach again. Just don't push back against this. You agree with it again.
Against the article, Daniel.
Don't just program your way.
This is a good one. We like this source.
Yeah. Let me just. What's the opposite of poison? Let me sweeten the well for you right at the very beginning here.
I was just trying to clarify, get something clarified, because I don't know the terms.
Daniel, sweetening the well is just as much of a fallacy as poisoning the well, my friend. I'll just put that out there. Dustin, welcome back.
Fair.
Dustin is on the work site, getting shit done. It looks like
I wish I would have had a before picture to show you, but there was nothing but dirt here.
It looks like you've currently been sent to the sandlot right now, the dugout, and the baseball.
Pretty freaking close. But no, deconversion therapy. That's what I was trying to bring up, Achilles. Like, I think you're gonna like what's being said if you give it a second.
No, yeah, of course. But so I just to get my terminology right. So we have deconversion therapy and transition therapy. What's going on here? Like, how do you call that when we say that the solution is to give them medication and change what their body, the way the body operates? How do you call that?
Well, can I just how do we call that? Well, I mean, like so conversion therapy in the context of this article, I believe, is referring to the idea of gender affirming care.
It's transition care.
Yeah, I believe
deconversion therapy is the idea that you can pray the gay away. Now, I'm not making fun of it, but that is literally the idea.
Yeah, well, and I will make fun of that. I have no problem making fun of that because it's stupid and it's been shown not to be effective. Anyways,
let's read these results here, guys. Yeah, I've been waiting for it.
Daniel's like, come on, let's go. The types of practices tend to be similar for conversion therapy, for sexual orientation, and for gender identity. For example, talking therapies delivered by faith groups or mental health professionals. Conversion therapies were associated with self-reported harms among research participants who had experienced conversion therapy for sexual orientation. Okay, so conversion therapies were associated with self-reported harms among research participants who had experienced conversion therapies, or therapy rather, for sexual orientation and for gender identity. For example, negative mental health effects like depression and feeling suicidal. So this is so confusing. Is this saying that conversion therapy refers to people who have been through deconversion therapy and then are going back? Like, what is it saying? This is so confusing. Maybe I'm just
no. If you take the bag of snakes and you lay it straight, okay, what they're telling you is that deconversion therapy has shown significant risk, or no, I'm sorry, conversion therapy shows significant risk to the mental health of an individual, and deconversion therapy is not as effective. Okay. That's what they're ultimately saying.
Okay, okay. There is indicative evidence from surveys that transgender respondents were as likely or more likely to be offered and receive conversion therapy than non-transgender, lesbian, gay, or bisexual LGBT respondents. Issues for consideration. Based on the reported aims of studies, it was possible to categorize them by their focus on conversion therapy for sexual orientation or for gender identity. However, some of the studies targeted at changing sexual orientation also included changing people's social identities, which could affect their gender identity. So, as a result, a number of studies have suggested that practitioners of conversion therapy can conflate sexual orientation and gender identity in practice. This assessment also found this area of research faces some inherent methodological challenges, which are highlighted throughout. This limits the ability to say definitively what the impact of conversion therapy is. However, this report has noted that the quality of evidence reviewed is likely to be highest possible given inherent constraints. More methodologically robust research designs, such as randomized control trials, are not possible. While the evidence is based on self-reporting, consistent patterns were found which enable conclusions to be drawn. These are that there is no robust evidence that conversion therapy can change sexual orientation or gender identity, which, by the way, last I checked, I'm just got to put this out there, and somebody can correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure none of these things, none of even gender affirming care, isn't to say that, oh, you identify as a woman, therefore you are biologically a woman. You know, like,
no. What they're stabbing at is the idea that it's a disease and not a choice. That's what you fail to realize is what the point of that study was.
And if it's to try and change sexual orientation, I mean, like, I don't think anybody that goes to transgender, like gender affirming care, is doing that because they want to like guys, because they become girls. You know?
No, you can make that assumption, but until you have actual physical evidence, that's what the whole point of the study was to see if there was actually a point to the treatment, or if it could be reversed.
Well, to change sexual orientation is different than changing one's gender. You can identify as a man while being biologically a woman and still like other women. You know, like it doesn't have a bearing on that. Those two things are not inherently, as far as my understanding of it.
Can you show me how that's quantified in the data? Or is that just your personal assertion?
I say that largely based on interactions I've had with transgender individuals in my own life. I can't say that I have some data sheet in front of me that would be able to give me any kind of definitive information on that.
I'm not trying to be rude, but I'm going to put it to you like you would put it to a Christian who was trying to assert the same thing about Jesus Christ with the same level of evidence. It can be dismissed because there is none.
There's none in front of you right now, but that's not to say that it doesn't exist. I know for a fact that there's no definitive evidence for God existing. That doesn't mean there's no definitive evidence.
I love it. I love it. I fucking love it. I love you, man. I do. I love you to death.
So the National LGBT Survey 2017 had a self-selecting sample of around 108,000 lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender LGBT respondents in the UK. Wait, is this just for sexual orientation and gender identity? So this has to do both with like gay conversion therapy and trans conversion therapy.
Correct. Well, they would want to cover their bases, wouldn't they?
I mean, like, covering your bases isn't necessarily a great idea when you're trying to focus on one particular thing. We weren't talking about converting from being straight to being gay or vice versa. We were talking about gender.
That's actually exactly what we were talking about. Deconversion therapy and conversion therapy. Yes,
which has to do with gender identity.
Not deconversion therapy.
Deconversion therapy absolutely can have to do with that. Daniel just, I mean, like, anecdotally articulated an example of that, which is literally sitting in front of somebody that tells you, you may think that you identify as a woman, but actually you're a man, and we're going to tell you about why.
I don't think that that's actually therapy, for the record.
Yeah, I don't think so either. I agree. We've reached a consensus, at least on one thing, Dustin.
Well, it would be therapy. Well, you could be like, I hate my dad, and you know, like, you'd be like, okay, well, we need to work on that. You know, like, how can we help you not hate your dad? Like, you think you're a woman. How can we help you to realize that you are a man?
Really,
you don't ask the person who's sick how to cure them.
Do you think
that leads to the other?
do you think people have gender dysphoria because they hate God, Daniel?
This is a bad question.
I said hate their dad. I didn't say
Right,
God.
I thought that there was a bit of an analogy going on there, and that's why I'm trying to kind of peel that onion layer back and see if there's anything underneath it. Do you think that transgender people have gender dysphoria, or at least identify as having gender dysphoria because they hate God?
Well, okay. Can you
No,
admit
but I
that
think
there's
it's certainly not trusting God, because God was the one who made him that way.
But
God
some of
also
them
made
do-
God also made Harlequin babies, didn't he?
but some of them do hate their dads.
Like God also made, like, you know, some of the most horrible disfigurements that you can possibly have at birth. So like I don't see why, because God made it, that makes it a good thing. There's loads of medical treatments that go about reversing these things that God gave to people.
Well, it's like not.
I mean, I want to interject,
Yeah, I
but
mean,
like,
not
Daniel,
trusting.
you're
not-
you're butchering this argument every which way you go, buddy. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's that's Dustin.
Okay.
I'm glad you guys got to know each other, Daniel.
I'm just I you
Oh,
know
I
what?
already know Dustin.
Until somebody goes over the line, I'm just gonna let it happen. I'm just gonna let it happen. I'm just gonna let it play out.
So the thing is that
Yeah, but I would say that you intrinsically don't trust God if you think you're the wrong gender. You know, like you're saying that, like, God made me this way, but I want to be a different way. So like
Right.
if you ask about the God question, I would say it is out of alignment with God for sure.
But then you're putting the onus on that person, saying that they want to be that way, when in reality we understand that gender dysphoria is a mental illness. Do you think a schizophrenic wants to be schizophrenic?
Well, I 100% agree it's mental illness, and I think oftentimes it comes from trauma. A lot of these transgender people, they have a reason for not wanting to be the gender that they are. Like a lot of women who get raped, they'd rather be a man because they wouldn't feel like they would be victimized as well.
Schizophrenia and gender dysphoria are worlds apart in the DSM.
Yeah,
not even related to the same body parts.
But Dustin, the reason why I correlated them with each other in this example was because the idea that this person that has gender dysphoria is actively making a decision that they want to be something else is not true. It's not something that you can just put on the individual and say that they hate God, therefore they have this thing.
No, that is though. Nobody claimed that.
Stop trying to shoehorn me into defending his argument. I'm not defending that.
Yeah, no, it wasn't even Daniel that brought it up. It was Aiden that said, "Well, are you?"
Yeah, Aiden asked about it.
Yeah, are you actually saying that they're doing it because they hate God? So now Aiden is attacking his own argument. So just
hold on. No, I brought that up because of what Daniel said and how I connected those things together. And the fact that Daniel took as long as he did to answer that question kind of indicates that he was at least somewhat thinking along those lines. I don't think that he would be much hesitation in answering that if I was just totally off base on what I was saying. He had to ponder that for a minute.
So
ponder about how to respond to it.
Okay.
Yeah, consider the source, Aiden.
But
God, come on, Dustin.
Good band, Dustin. Good band.
The way you connected it though to schizophrenia, which I understand what you just responded, that you only made that comparison for that specific reason. But the difference I see is that no schizophrenic was ever born schizophrenic, and Daniel said the same thing in different words. He said that it relates to trauma. There was no baby that was born schizophrenic.
That's not necessarily true. We have identified genetic components to schizophrenia. Now, yes, there are environmental conditions that need to present themselves in order for it to fully manifest, as far as what we understand. But the idea that, you know,
the trigger is environmental.
But it's not entirely environmental. We found a genetic correlation between those things.
I can't argue with that.
But there are many studies where children have been taken from schizophrenic parents, and they did not develop the same, and vice versa. The parents might be okay, but some trauma created some mental disease. It was not related to a gene.
Big Bad Mama has joined the show. Welcome, Big Bad Mama. How are you doing today?
Hi, everybody.
Things are about to get pedantic.
Do you know what that means, Dustin?
No.
If you guys don't mind, and by the way, this is still in the side chat, so if anybody wants to go and reference it, you can go right on ahead. I am going to try and pull up another study that just tries to exclusively focus on gender-affirming care, only because I think that might be a little bit, because this is covering two things at the same time, and I just
No, because you're drifting a far afield, because you're presuming that a study based on gender affirming care would highlight any of the issues that are with it. You're beyond the idea that there could be a problem, and you're assuming that it is a positive treatment.
No, I'm not. I mean, like, the fact that we have observed in study, like I showed you earlier in Cornell, which I'd like to see the sources for this particular study as well, which Cornell linked their sources. I'm sure this one does as well. But we seem to have two very different data sets here, and we seem to have two very different conclusions, because the study that I read earlier said something very different to what this study is saying, right?
Well, yeah, well, that's because one has a different presumption than the other, right? That is how studies work.
Right. I agree.
I mean, when you say presumption, I would say hypothesis. I don't think that it's a presumption.
You're better at linguistics than I am. 10 points on the board for Aiden.
No. It's not even pedantic. It's not even pedantic, because a presumption almost implies a certain motive that I don't think exists with a hypothesis. I think that in a scientific setting, when you hypothesize something, you may say that somebody has a motive behind it, but at that point you could say literally everybody's actions toward everything has some level of motive behind it. I would say a hypothesis is as reasonably divorced from the concept of motive as one could possibly get, without just losing their human agency.
As long as the person with the hypothesis shares all the information available, then I would agree with you.
Right.
But that's not always the case. Have you ever heard of compartmentalization and top secret documentation? We know this is the fact, but we can't tell you why.
Yeah. The Trevor Project. I'm just trying to see. Like,
Can I ask Dustin a question real quick?
Yeah, you know,
more than likely.
Dustin, do you believe that there are intersex people out there?
Oh, I know that there are intersex people. That doesn't make that doesn't mean that the how
okay, well,
you
admit that there's people that are naturally born with certain characteristics such as chromosomes or genitals or reproductive organs that don't fit into a simple binary system.
I admit that 0.1% of the population is born that way.
Okay, well, they put it at between 1% and 2%. I don't know where you get your, and these people are actually like doing studies on it.
Well, I was doing research on it a while back. I mean, and by that I mean a long while back. It was probably actually at that point when I was doing the research, but yeah, okay, fine, I'll accept it. Or 1% or whatever.
Well, I just wanted to see where you stood on that, because there was the argument that gender, and intersex doesn't necessarily have to do with gender, but that gender was purely a psychological issue.
Well, that was the theory.
If you guys want to read the other one before, by the way, we can go back. I'm sorry if I cut it short. I'm not trying to.
No, all is well.
Okay, cool.
All is well. I'm going to have to get back to work
to see where he stood on that, Aiden. So go ahead. I don't want to interrupt.
No, you're good. The reason why this is brought up is because from what I've seen, in the studies that I've read, it seems like the vast majority of the time that gender affirming care is brought to individuals, that those individuals that receive it tend to have better outcomes than otherwise. Now, I think that ultimately, when we're talking about medical science, we're never going to find a single treatment that is good for everyone. We're never going to find a single treatment that's effective for everyone, and that's why it's so important to evaluate things on an individual basis when you're dealing with the medical field. So
Right.
I think it's important to contextualize that in the narrative that's often brought forward to the transgender debate from the other side. And I'm not necessarily saying that Achilles or Dustin are pushing it, but there's this idea that seems to be prevalent right now where gender affirming care basically consists of little Timmy tried on a dress one time. And because little Timmy tried on a dress one time, his parents decided that they were going to make him into a woman now. And now that they want to make him into a woman, now they're taking him to all of these doctors, and these doctors are telling them that they can get this surgery done. And then they get the surgery done. And then little Timmy, a couple of years later.
We're not saying that that is the case.
I just clarified that that's not you that's saying that, but I do feel like what I'm presenting right now does largely seem to be the narrative that's portrayed, where there's no mention of any psychological evaluation that's provided. There's no mention of
cooperation between the parents and therapists.
Right. There's no mention of other means of gender affirming care that are just therapeutic in nature rather than.
There are no the cases that this was the case.
I would like to see that.
We have children that went back to what they used to be after the state took them from their parents.
They call them detransitioners. They do exist. There are far and few between, but the number is growing.
Yeah.
What about let me jump in here. What about the president claiming that kids are going to school in the morning and are getting turned into the opposite gender or the opposite sex while they're at school without their parents knowing about it?
Are you saying that doesn't happen? Are you saying that the teacher does not affirm?
That never happens.
I want to see that you can prove that. I don't think that. No, I don't think you can back that.
You need to.
No, you need to prove the positive
because you're making the positive assertion about it.
Yeah. I'm not making any positive assertion. How does a question end in a positive assertion?
Trump is making a positive assertion about
it. Okay, then let me force you into either making a positive or negative assertion. Then, Dustin, do you believe that that's true?
Do I believe what's true? Can you be specific?
Do you believe that there are children in America that are going to school and being almost like brainwashed into becoming transgender without their parents?
I don't think that it's necessarily brainwashing. I do believe that there is a light influence, but that's because brainwashing is not necessary for a child.
He's saying they're getting therapy, not just that it's brainwashing. They're getting actual medical procedures.
I want to see the direct quote where Donald Trump is saying they're getting therapy at school. I want to see that quote. I don't believe that that's what he said.
Well, in the meantime,
the thing is that schools should be left out of this. You're not going to school for stuff like that. You're going to school for geometry. You're going to school for algebra. You're going to school for history.
I mean, you should be aware that transgender people exist as part of your everyday life. I think the idea that children shouldn't be made aware that transgender people exist is just as silly as the idea that children shouldn't be made aware of the idea that gay people exist.
What is the appropriate level of exposure, Aiden? Should we be doing like drag queen story hour in the public library?
What exactly is the problem with drag queen story hour?
Oh, that's a problem.
Well, I don't know. Some of them come with dildos hanging out of certain orifices.
Okay, here's the Trump quote.
Hold on. Big Bad Mama's got the quote.
Here's the Trump quote. Can you imagine you're a parent and your son leaves a house and you say, Jimmy, I love you so much. Go have a good day in school. And your son comes back with a brutal operation. Can you even imagine this? What the hell is wrong with our country? Trump said.
I'm sorry. Did you use the word imagine twice? Did you use the word imagine twice? And yeah, he quoted Trump. Trump said clearly, imagine. Are you saying that that's a real statement? Like he's making a quote of a reality? Like I don't see that being the case. I think you're just bloodthirsty to call Trump whatever you can.
So then why would he bring it up then?
Because he's bloodthirsty to call Trump whatever he can.
No. I'm asking why would Trump say that if it was
He
just this
said-
pure hypothetical.
He said,
that
"What
just
the
never
hell?"
I don't.
is
Why did
wrong
Joe
with our
Biden
country?
bring up that his hairy legs were going to go flat and
don't
come?
do a whataboutism. Don't do a whataboutism now, Dustin. You know just as well as
all
I
of a
do
sudden,
that's not. No. Come on. Deal with what's being said to you.
Justin brings
Come
up
on
the
now.
word imagine like that's some sort of a gotcha. I mean, the quote
no, it's
stands
not a
for what it
gotcha.
is.
It's I want you to account for it. If you're going to say
the
you're
last
quoting
thing-
him, then you better understand what
the
he's
last-
saying.
The last thing he says is, "What the hell is wrong with our country?"
That is
And?
true. He is implying that is the current state of affairs.
He's implying
Otherwise,
that's
why
the
is
current
he-
state of the country.
Implication is not verification
What is
of
the-
anything.
Okay, Dustin, what you're saying right now? Are you really legitimately saying that the only way that you could interpret that is Donald Trump saying that that's the current state of affairs in America?
Absolutely
is if he said
not.
verbatim. This is the current state of affairs in America, folks. That's what's going on. Come on, dude. Like really, he's very clearly in that statement trying to make the implication that that's what's currently going on in American schools right now.
I'm sorry. I don't buy that.
There's no.
At least
I
how
don't
do you
buy it.
interpret that from your perspective?
Well, as a president, he needs to exaggerate on some things in order to fire people's emotions, because this is the way things work in politics, right?
Oh, come on, Achilles. You're one of the people that always guns for political honesty all the time. You're one of the people who's
Political honesty.
usually one of the
It's
people who's
politically
usually
honest when it
shoulder.
suits your narrative.
No, Dustin.
there is
Actually,
no-
what I'm specifically trying to highlight is the fact that it seems like it's a little disconcerting that Achilles is just trying to say, well, it's fine that he was dishonest here.
Well, he didn't say
No,
it was
dude,
fine.
I don't
He just-
believe. I don't
Yeah,
believe
I mean-
in political honesty at all. What are you talking about? They're all
I'm
Me
saying
either.
that- I'm saying that we ought to hold these politicians to account when they are lying and
Right.
Oh, you mean when it's convenient for your political narrative? That's what you mean.
Justin, if that was true, then I wouldn't criticize leftist politicians just as often
When?
as people on the right.
When have you ever
Absolutely.
criticized one leftist in the entire time I've known
I
you?
criticized the
I
shit
can't
out
think of one time.
I criticized the shit out of Joe Biden while he was president of the United States. Thank you very much.
This is irrelevant. This is like blame Joe Bidenism or whatever.
It's literally the same like Obama
Joe
bad crap. Yeah, what about Obama? What about Joe
What
Biden?
about Donald
Biden
Trump?
is not president.
Yeah,
Our
but when
topic
you
is
say-
about trans issues, and that is a pertinent quote by Trump regarding the trans issue. Now, if you have a Biden quote or something, even though he's not president anymore and has no power, give it to us.
I got hairy legs. Hairy legs that turn blonde in the sun. In the sun. We cover up my legs
All right. All right.
from the morning until the day is done. Till the day is done.
Nelson, I have a question.
Huh?
Do you, even though you don't believe in political honesty, do you think that it is a good thing? By the way, welcome to the show, Peter. Good to have you on.
Hello.
Even though you don't
I
believe
thought-
that. Oh, go ahead, sorry, Peter.
I thought the level of the show was much too high, so I thought I'd join to just drag it
It really
down.
calmed things down. That's what you typically do, Peter. That's true.
Yeah.
That's true. So even though you don't believe that politicians are honest, by the way, I don't either. Newsflash. But do you think that it's still a good thing that we hold politicians to account when they lie?
Of course I do. My point is that we have issues all over the place. Some of them are social, some of them are financial. But what I don't like is when they exploit them for their votes, and in order to get those votes, they are going to exaggerate. So the other side is going to say, "Oh, come on, please, it ain't that bad," and they're right. You know, so it is. There is a gray area always, but yes, we cannot deny that a child at some specific age should not be exposed to this discussion at schools, because it starts thinking about it while it didn't have it in itself to begin with. Now, I'm not going to say that they're changing their sex in school. I think that goes way over the line. But
Do you really think that do you really think that children are that fundamentally malleable though? Like, do you really think that they have such a small sense
100%,
of their... Hold on, let me finish, please. Do you really think that they have such a small sense of their own identity that even just being exposed to the idea of something will just inherently cause them to adopt that in of themselves? Typically, when they adopt another idea, it's because it's socially advantageous for them to adopt those kind of ideas. And being trans is one of the least socially advantageous things you can be in a day and age where they're being disproportionately murdered and disproportionately discriminated against, and having legislation drafted specifically against them to exclude them from specific sporting events and other activities. So the idea that these children... Go ahead.
Don't drag the cart too far, because I'm losing sight. All right, go ahead.
No, I'm just saying that the idea that these children are going to adopt these ideas just because they hear that they exist is not true. What we typically find within children's psychology is that they'll typically adopt ideas that they find to be socially advantageous, i.e., ideas that they see their peers or authority figures adopting. Those are
in that manner, that exactly as you describe it, isn't it affecting them? That every time it's June, they get this whole, it's so cool, and like a carnival and flags and all that, and they're like, oh, okay, that's nice. I never had that like in August or no.
But the influence never goes the other way though, right, Aiden? The influence never goes the other way. No. The lefty drag time showtime hour, that's never a bad influence though, is it?
Hold on, let me say something about that. So if the lefty drag time show hour, as you just quoted it, was all about how you should be trans and transgenderism is the best way of living and everybody should be trans, then yeah, I would well and truly agree with you that that's messed up and we probably shouldn't have that.
Oh, for the love of God.
The idea that trans people exist and they're able to come and read a little storybook to kids, that's not inherently bad, Dustin. I don't care how.
Oh, I see. So any influence towards independence or rugged madness, that's bad though.
No, I never said that. You literally just...
Yeah, you kind of did.
No, I didn't. That's crap. I never said
I have a question for Dustin.
What?
Dustin, do you think we should go back to the olden days? I mean...
What new day are we in?
No, hold on.
What new day are we in?
Hold on. I'm saying the USA isn't that old. It's probably not even old enough.
200 years old.
Shouldn't we go back to the days when Christians decided that women couldn't perform on stage? So all women in all the plays
that wasn't Christian
had to be played by men only.
That wasn't Christians that did that.
That was Christians.
That was not Christians.
By men as well.
You don't know what your history is.
Because
you don't know. Okay. I don't know
the history of my own country.
You gotta find a better rage bait, man. You gotta find a better one. You can do better than that. Come on. You gotta find a better rage bait image than that.
Are you GG?
Aiden?
He's not GG.
Aiden?
I guarantee you he's not.
It's probably Brew.
I'll give you 5 seconds to say something, and if you don't,
get rid of him. Get rid of him.
4, just kidding, you're going.
Okay, I got the next Trump quote, Aiden. Can I? So this is a Trump quote. No transgender, no operations. You know, they take your kid. There are some places your boy leaves for school, comes back a girl, okay? Without parental consent. At first, when I was told that was actually happening, I said, you know, it's an exaggeration. No, it happens. It happens. There are areas where it happens. How much more clear can you get than that?
The thing is that since now I'm the only one here in the room on the other side, I'm the type of guy that thinks that when we bring up Trump quotes, we are lowering the discussion by 100 IQ levels.
So you're saying that he doesn't have followers that hang on his every word?
Exactly, he does. But I'm saying if as we started here, we tried to stick to what the science of both sides,
Which we
is.
can go back to that. Yeah.
Yeah,
sure.
if we when we bring up what Trump said, I mean, I do think we are lowering it down to.
I mean, it's important what he says though, because he's the most powerful man on the planet right now, isn't he?
And I think that he's using something that is clearly an issue, and he's using it towards because that's the thing. Dustin tried saying that he's using it towards getting elected. The thing is that although you get the one side in schools, you will not get the other side in schools. And hear me out on what the other side actually says. According to the Bible, there would be eunuchs. There would be people that would be born that way because God has put something in their hearts, which will show up later, and he doesn't want them to focus on having a family. And he's giving us distinctions on the eunuchs, and it says it will be either some that will be born that way, others that will choose to be that way, and others that, well, I don't remember the third type, but I am one of those types. I did choose to not have a family, to do what I've been doing.
Tell that guy to get in here.
Before
Get the hell in here, Mark.
Before I meet you all guys, that was a decision made that I can't focus on both. Now, you might think to yourself, well, you gave up a family just to be on live streams. No, because I have not been doing this for 10 years before we guys met. But this is also part of it. Like if I do have a family, I can't be that focused on that. So there are others, and I've met one. I've met a friend here, a very dear friend of mine, who was born that way. So if you take that child and you tell him, oh, since you don't feel like 100% like a man, then that means that you were born within the wrong body, and let's fix this. That is only giving one side of the argument and not the other one, to have the child make the choice of which one it is. And God tells us that my people are getting destroyed for lack of knowledge. So lying is to straight up lie, but to also hide the other side of the truth.
But who is saying that you were born inside the wrong body? I don't know that that terminology has ever been used by a professional.
It's used all the time, BBM. It's used all the time.
I don't think so, Achilles. I don't think in a professional setting, a
psychiatrist
says you were born in the wrong body.
And the fact that we are changing the body to match the mind, that's what it actually implies.
I mean, like I said earlier, the ultimate thing that is paramount within medical science is what is the best outcome for the patient. What is going to be the outcome that provides the patient with the best quality of life, or at least has the highest chance of providing that patient with the best quality of life? Because none of these people are prophets, right?
I agree.
Yeah, none of these people are prophets. None of these people can foresee at the beginning of this treatment path whether or not this treatment is the perfect one and whether or not it's going to receive a perfect patient outcome. That's just not available for any medical treatment whatsoever. However, I would think that we would both agree in saying that the best medical treatment for an individual, no matter what they're dealing with, no matter what their ailment is whatever we have found to be the best treatment for that illness within medical science that is pertaining to that particular individual's needs.
But that would bring me back to a previous point, which is that there are some things that function, and then when they dysfunction, we try to help them medically, surgically, to bring them back to the normal. But to say that
who decides what is dysfunction and what is function?
For example, the cataract. I'm not sure if it's translated correctly. The cataract disease of the eyes.
Yeah.
Can be healed these days, but it has created a lot of problems with people that were not told about the consequences. If it doesn't work, what happens? Like you use your eyesight in a way worse degree than what you used to have. And a lot of people have taken their lives, and I mean a lot, saying that operation destroyed my life. So in that case, though, we were trying to bring them back to the normal eyesight. And what is normal in that case is to see, you know.
You're making a great point. You're making a great point for allowing people to be trans. I don't know if you're aware of it, but you're making a great point for that.
Well, go ahead and explain it to me. How am I?
You know what,
well, there are a lot of people who kill themselves because of this, and I lost my train of thought. So what you said is that you need to get good information, which is what trans people get if it's done correctly. They get the correct information before they go through with it. So,
and they see multiple psychologists. And by the way, this is something I
and when they go through with it, they have a much happier life. So everything you said is in favor.
That's what you're saying, but
no.
The viewers have a different mind than yours. Because you're putting words in my mouth. I did not make what you are saying.
Achilles, the problem with discussions like this is like having a panel of men talk about abortion and the reasons for it without having a woman present. This is a conversation where you should have a trans person present who could tell you from firsthand their experiences, the things they had to go through, the things they still go through when they decide to become trans, because that we can talk about it. None of us have experienced this. None of us have gone through the problems that lead up to becoming trans, making the decisions, the ramifications that has on losing friends, losing family. None of us have gone through this. And we can stand here and we can talk about something that we know jack shit about.
Well, we are
and go to studies and
we are sharing our opinion, and everybody has friends that are different.
But I'm not saying that you can't have your opinion.
You are.
What I'm saying is that you can't put your opinion onto someone else, because they have the right to have their opinion.
Well, until somebody
you can have your
we
opinion.
Are sharing our opinions, and we are bringing
let's give Achilles a chance to respond.
We are bringing up scientific studies that prove one or the opposite, and we are comparing and we are discussing. Are you saying we don't have that right?
You have the right to have your opinion. You do not have the right to interfere with the lives of people who go through with this. That is the only people.
Both of you pause for a second. Both of you pause for a second.
I was still talking, but go ahead.
I know. I'm sorry, Peter. I'm sorry. Both of you guys were talking over each other. I'm just trying to say.
Go ahead. Finish your thought.
Yeah, you know what? Okay. I was just trying to clarify things to hopefully get the conversation back on track. But Peter, keep going. It was no disrespect to you.
Yeah. No. So, but what I was saying, the only people whose opinion matter are that of first the person that is going through the whole trans thing, and the professionals who guide them so they can make a well-informed choice. That's it.
Okay, thank you for the input.
So to make it more understandable for you, and this is not me being condescending, but this is just me trying to explain something. My opinion is that religions shouldn't exist.
We know.
Would you be okay with that being taught in schools to your children?
It is actually being taught that.
I ask you a simple question. It's a yes or no question.
Are you getting religious studies at schools?
I'm asking a yes or no question. It's a hypothetical, which is
what is taking place. to begin with. It is taking place. There is no religion.
Well, I don't know what it's like in Greece. It's not taking place in my country.
Greece is
it's not taking place in my country. It's not taking place in the United States. So I don't know in which country it is happening.
Is actually
but
happening.
I was asking a hypothetical question, which is a yes or no question.
Why do you force it to be a yes or no question? I'm asking you. Isn't this what is taking place in a?
Because I want to. As I said, I want to clarify something to you, which is why this is a hypothetical question. Would you be okay with your children?
I kind of answered it.
Would you be okay with your children going to a school that says becoming a Christian is wrong?
No, but no school does that.
No. Okay, great.
No school does that to begin with, right? But you cannot compare the Greek schools or my child, because I'm in Greece, with
the reason I'm asking. The reason I'm asking.
Population US. You cannot make the comparison.
The reason I'm asking is because you don't want that for your children. Why would you want to impose your opinion on children where the parents wouldn't want that for their children?
Who said? Maybe Peter has not been watching this from the beginning, because I never said that I want them to be told, to be warned against pride, right? But
I agree. That wasn't you. That was Dustin, who didn't want kids to be.
My issue, and maybe Dustin's too, I'm not sure, is why get there to begin with on such a young age?
Because it's a matter of life.
I received sexual education in my school, but from what you would call 7th grade or 8th grade. 15, 16 years old. And the reason for it, first off, it had nothing to do with transgenderism back in the day, because I'm now 44, okay? But it was an attempt of public schools to stop diseases spreading, like AIDS, and things like, educate children on what sex is and stuff like that. So that part
which is a good thing.
That part of sexual education comes at the point of 15 plus. That part.
No.
Why?
No.
Yes,
earlier.
At least here.
You have. But don't you agree? Don't you agree?
Well, let Achilles finish.
Go ahead.
But why tell them that what they have between their legs is not exactly what they might be before that age? Why is it okay to say that?
No one is telling children that, so I don't know why you're asking that question.
Pretty much they do. It's fine.
No, they don't.
You can be whatever you want to be. And we're gonna have a pride party every month, every June for you.
How is okay.
Let me jump in.
I want to actually say something really quick here. I want to say something. I'm muting everybody. I'm muting everybody for 1 second. I'm muting literally everybody. Okay. So I have a question about that. So let's just say that those are reversed, right? Let's just say that there was a straight pride celebration. We got somebody here that says device not connected. I think that's Sophia trying to join. Sophia, maybe try joining on a different device if you have the ability to. I just saw you pop up really briefly as device not connected, and I couldn't even let you in, so I'm sorry. But let's just say, though, that let's throw Pride Month out and replace it with straight Pride Month every single June. And everybody gets together and celebrates how great being straight is. Do you think that there are going to be homosexuals who are going to become straight as a result of that?
No,
do you think that?
But I do think that they would.
No, I didn't hear yes or no. Did you say yes or no? I didn't hear you.
No. Okay. But it didn't. I would be with them if they were saying, why is there a need for a straight month? I mean,
but why
go that far?
But why do you think it is that people wouldn't become straight from the straight Pride Month, but you think that people would become gay from the gay Pride Month?
And I'm not saying they will turn because of this. I'm saying we are affirming something that the science behind it is not clear cut. There are two sides. So why affirm it if we are still debating which part of it is born that way and which part of it is a psychological situation that can be treated differently? Why are we creating more?
Literally just did a show with two scientists, and it is clear that
we're not watching their shows. But Aidan, I just want to point out here that I got dragged into this conversation. I know you were here and you saw how it happened. This is not my favorite thing to do in your, like, I came here to...
Okay, so let me clarify. I'm not blaming you for anything. I was just having a conversation. I'm not putting this all on you or saying that you're the instigator or a terrible human being, because that's
This is just the way that the stream took, man. This is just the direction that it went. All right.
I mean, usually when I join the stream, I'm the terrible human being. So.
Big Bad Mama has something to say, and Big Bad Mama hasn't said much, so let's let Big Bad Mama speak.
You know, the issue I have is not with what Achilles is saying, and this issue needs to be studied more. It's the propaganda that goes into the other side. The men in women's sports, the trans people that are invading bathrooms, those two in particular are propaganda that's used to already instill a negative feeling in people. And I'm talking about Americans here, that trans people are odd and they are perverted. And that's put into the population's mind before they even start thinking about the issue of getting gender affirming care. I just wanted to add that. And that's why I think that Trump quote is important in that respect.
Yeah, I like it.
By the way, anyone seen the latest news on?
No, it's not like I'm the host of the show or anything. No, I'm just joking, Peter. Go ahead.
No, I'm just asking because I just saw this pop up. Anyone seen the news about Trump's spiritual leader?
Oh.
No.
No.
Oh my gosh.
He turned into a pervert.
Oh, so you don't know he just got arrested?
I did hear that.
What?
Yes.
What for?
Let's not put details so Aiden gets his stream pulled down, but it involves a 12-year-old girl.
Oh, of course it does. Why am I not shocked?
Peter, I'm not sure BBM and Aiden know this, so let me be clear on you on this. Just because I have these different views doesn't mean I love Trump. I actually
no. That's not why I said this. No.
Okay, just so you know, I'm just.
I think from the conversation that I did get is that you're not a big fan of Trump. So
no, I'm not a big fan of Trump. All right, and I'm not a Republican at all. Okay, but I do believe in something that he's exploiting. Okay, and that makes people think that you have to be a Republican if you are a Christian. I do not believe that's the case. I think Republicans have hurt the United States equally to the Democrats in different fields. And I love discussing all those fields, but not from the, well, our president did this. What did yours do? Yours did that. I hate that, you know?
Yeah, me too.
Keep that in mind.
Yeah, but so you have to admit that there is a certain difference between Trump and the other presidents in terms of a cult of personality.
Oh, first off, I don't think that I never believed that we would deteriorate that far as a society to have that president. To be honest.
You have to stop, Achilles, because I didn't know that you and I could agree on so much. This is going completely the wrong way. You're supposed to be the Christian that I'm fighting. this is not working. I don't know what Aiden is doing with his streams and the people that he's inviting, but this is not at all.
I
how
think
it's
that this is
supposed to be.
working perfectly
It's
fine.
not how it's supposed to be.
This isn't being done the way that I want it to be done, so it is wrong. I think it's all right.
I mean, I'll give you an example. Aiden said that he has attacked Joe Biden a lot in the past,
and that is true.
But I would like to say there, but I couldn't because the discussion was going on. Have you attacked him on anything else than his apparent incompetence at the end of his term?
He kept the same tax plan as Trump did in place that supported billionaires, and so that was a horrible thing that he did. Sorry, Aiden, I had to jump.
No, it's fine. It's not like I was the one that was being asked about. It's fine.
Right.
Aiden's the host. He needs to be talked over a lot because he talks too much.
You need to know how it feels.
I have a press secretary now that's going to answer everything for me. Big Bad Mama, go ahead. No, I'm just
Achilles. Nobody is wearing Biden merch, for example.
No, I know, but but
I do want to say really quick.
It looks to me a lot like it is, depending on what you have, what your side is on this. Immediately you get labeled that, and I'm not. I'm just clearing that out.
Well, I just want to say about Joe Biden, my criticism of him throughout his presidential term was the fact that he was a lame duck, do-nothing president that basically just allowed the perpetuation of Trump's administration for the 4 years that he was in power for. Everyone likes to act like Joe Biden was such a fundamentally different president from Trump, and yet little to no actual policy was changed under Biden whatsoever. He basically just kept things the way that Trump wanted them. And I'm not acting like that was like a coordinated plan on their end. I just think that Biden wanted the prestige that came with the presidency. And I think that prestige was what was paramount in his mind, not actually serving the American people or bettering them in any way, shape, or form. And I think the best way that he could get his presidency through with as little controversy for him as possible was basically to just sit around and do nothing and perpetuate Trump's administration. And I think that that's what we've seen happen. I really don't point to me a major substantive change that Biden made compared to the Trump administration. He was still deporting people. There were still kids in cages. There was still all the things that were being complained about under the Trump administration. All that was still happening. It was just happening under the Democrats. And I was also pointing out the Overton shift of the Democrats to the right. I was criticizing the entire Democratic Party. The fact that the Democratic National Convention became this giant rah, let's support the troops, let's support closed borders, let's support strong border policies.
I don't think Ra said that because I worked with him weekly.
Well, rah, not R and rah. No, but
Aiden, can I just jump in because I was spreading false news? So the spiritual leader, Donald Trump's spiritual leader, hasn't been arrested. He's been sentenced, and it's Mr. Robert Morris. If people want to go check it out, he's been sent. He's going to prison.
So there's even worse than being arrested. He's already been found guilty for what he did.
He has been found guilty.
And once again, wouldn't you hope that would be something like if the president's spiritual aide got found doing all these things? Like, could you imagine if that happened under Obama or under Biden or even under Bush? Like, I feel like that would have been way more prominent in the news and way more people would be talking about it. But it's just another thing that just scrolls by on the news feed nowadays because we live in such a fucking absurd reality.
Yeah, we have an oversaturation of news right now. Like Minneapolis, Iran, like
not just an oversaturation of news, but an oversaturation of news that each of which would have been the thing that everybody would be talking about for the next month just 10 years ago. I really am convinced of that. We're just so desensitized to it because it happens so frequently nowadays. It's like school shootings in the US. People don't care about them anymore.
Yeah, I wonder what's going to happen with those 1 million or 2 million Epstein files that were supposed to come out.
Yeah. Trump's spiritual advisor is a woman and a heretic. Lol. I mean, Sleepy Joe slept on the job. Yeah, that's what he did. That's right, Sleepy Joe. Never mind the fact that I'm basically the same age as Joe Biden. Never mind that. We're basically like 1 or 2 years apart from each other, but that doesn't matter. He's old, unlike me. It's not like there's been pretty definitive evidence that I go around wearing a diaper all the time. Not at all. Not at all.
Oh, Mark Stoney, I agree with the last comment too. And now get in here. I need to talk to you. You have done a bad thing, and I want to set that straight.
Oh, that's going to convince him to come in here. I've been trying to convince him with honey. I've been trying to attract the Mark fly with honey. And then you're like, you know what, Aiden? Let me just pour a gallon of vinegar on top of that honey that you had set up there. Let's see if that attracts him.
Mark, get in here. What are you, a wuss?
Yeah.
But wait a minute. What did he say? What did he say about me? I don't think he said anything about me.
He made a joke, and I agreed with that. He said Achilles isn't American, so he can't have an opinion on American politics, right, Peter? And I said, yes, he can't.
I don't see that comment, but I'll let Aiden respond to that because I've heard him respond before.
Yeah,
I'm an American.
I mean, now I think everyone on the planet has the right to make a comment on American politics. No one's left out anymore.
Mark is hiding. He's currently using an Arizona cactus as a satellite dish as he broadcasts from one of the hoop tees out there in the middle of nowhere.
Well, he can be hiding, but he better be hiding in his meat room one of these days because I honestly, Mark, we need to talk.
Mark his word.
To say
you
that
you have done something to me that's terrible.
To say that people can't have an opinion about the politics of your country if they don't live in your country, it's a very silly argument. And if you want to stick by it,
that's why it's a joke.
It was a joke.
That's why it's a joke. That's why it's a joke.
Oh,
everyone has the right to talk about.
I think everyone has a right to talk about like any issue.
I can be slow sometimes.
That's something I would want to say.
Okay.
Like,
it's okay. I don't think there's a lot going on.
Achilles, it's the language barrier. I've had the same. Don't worry.
Yeah, it's Daniel's turn to talk. I'm gonna start.
Yeah, I want to talk. I got on here. My connection's working for a little bit.
I'm gonna start muting if we don't get this under control. So Daniel, you go right on ahead.
That is under control.
Yeah, but I think that I think that we have a right to we should be able to talk and have an opinion about anything, especially on a low stake live stream like this. I think it's silly to come in and say like, hey, look, if you're not transgender and you can't talk about it. It's like, well, you can't talk about cancer unless you have cancer. Low stakes. And same thing with abortion. Men can talk about abortion too.
He's gone. He's gone. He's gone. I'm not going to tolerate that. Get out of here. Like I would ever do that to my boy Daniel. I wouldn't do that.
And I don't know if Daniel knows that about Aiden. Aiden is an apprentice of Father Charles. And if he was
in all fairness,
hey, let him finish. Let him finish.
No, Achilles.
Wait, Peter. If Aiden ever turns to Christianity, he will be an Orthodox. I'm just letting you know that. So
that is true. You're not wrong.
Achilles.
Excellent.
As long as Trump is the president of the United States, you can't call Aiden an apprentice.
Although, you know what? I will just say this.
That's true. He has copyrighted it. He might sue me or bomb me.
I will just say Mark's preterism is pretty based, though. I'm just going to put that out there. He's got some pretty good arguments for his whole preterist worldview that I would love to see Mark and Daniel have a discussion about that, because I know you and Achilles have talked about it already.
I would love to see Mark have a discussion with anyone, because it's been a while.
I'm starting to get the impression that Peter might just want to talk with Mark. What do you guys think? I don't know.
Give him a call, man.
You got what you got to do. You got to stand out in front of his apartment with a boombox, and you got to convince him. Come on, Mark. Just like the old times, man. Come to the Google Meet room. We can have a talk.
So, Peter,
there's so many people who want him back. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
I am a Christian. I am a newborn Christian, and I literally couldn't hate somebody more than Trump. Like, these two don't need to go together. I think he's playing the Christian market because that's what the world. He saw the numbers and he's like, that's what we as Republicans need to play right now if we want to win this election. That's it. That's all. I think he's lying to Christians. I think he's holding Bibles upside down so we don't see if it is actually a Bible.
He's using, I agree with you. He's using Christians and screwing them over at the same time.
At the same time. And what blows my mind is that they are willfully ignorant of it. And they're like, well, yeah, but he did.
There's a little bit coming. Like, have you guys seen the news articles that the pro-life, anti-abortion advocates are saying that they're going to withdraw support from Trump because he hasn't been. He's getting really loose on these issues, and like he needs Christians in order to win the midterm or to win the next election.
I don't think that's the main thing. The main thing are the people whose jobs are now going down the drain because of Trump's tariffs and because of his politics.
Oh yeah,
he's ruining the economy in the United States, and that only goes so far until people actually start turning on him.
You know,
if you look at American farmers, how they struggle these days, if you look at the auto industry, who has had a major impact, he can't keep this up and keep support from the people.
It really does seem to be that the vast majority of these Trumpers at this point, not to say that there aren't any blue-collar Trumpers left, but I think that the proportion of blue-collar Trump supporters has gone down massively over the last year or two. And I think that the majority of people that still hold to Trump are people that are upper middle class or above, basically. People that are actually seeing some material benefit from Trump being in office.
Well, he's done some good things, Aiden.
He's
done some good things.
He's done great things. If you make $100,000 a year or more, Trump has done plenty of great things for you.
No, but see, he said on day one that he was going to lower the price on eggs and gasoline. So that has happened?
Yeah.
Oh, wait, it didn't. It didn't. No, sorry.
No new wars in 2026 as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, look how that's
He's the anti-war man who has bombed 8 countries in 1 year.
He literally threw a giant temper tantrum on his social media platform when they denied his obviously never going to happen Nobel Peace Prize because nobody outside of America wants to validate what Trump is doing right now. Isn't that crazy?
Hey,
the rest of the world, I guess the rest of the world has just gone crazy because everyone else on the planet seems to be looking at America with this very sideways expression going, what the hell are you doing right now? While America just bashes the square peg into the round hole.
Did you see that the woman in Venezuela who got the Nobel Peace Prize wanted to give it to Trump, and then the Nobel Peace Prize committee, the Nobel Committee, issued a statement that you can't transfer a prize?
That's pretty hilarious, actually.
Yeah, and they banned him for life for any Nobel Prize. I mean, hey.
Why? You know what? But that just goes to show that is what Trump ultimately cares about. He acts like America is all he cares about, but the fact that he wanted a Nobel Peace Prize so badly just goes to show that he does desperately want the world to take him seriously, and he wants the world to look at him.
And the more
this great new figure that's like bringing America into this new golden age. And in reality, you've got people like Peter just breathing down your neck, trying to say something when you're just trying to get a goddamn statement out. Thank you, Peter. Appreciate it, buddy. Anyway, I
order in the courtroom. And the more he does, the less we take him seriously. That's all.
Your bird had something to say about that. My monitor just flashed on and off for a second, so I think I'm not going to keep banging on my desk.
I hit the table now. Now my parrot is knocking on the cage. It's a thing.
It is just a cable. You're right, but it's still scary. It's scary. I don't want that. Hold on, let me check that. Let me make sure that's properly seated. oh, it's in the most awkward place it possibly could be. I love that when modern manufacturers are like, what's the most awkward little recess we could possibly put the cable that you need in order to make this product function properly? Oh, I know. Let's put it 8 inches behind this giant plastic sheet that doesn't serve any purpose.
Exactly what Apple did with the charging of the mouse.
Oh my God, yes, the magic mouse. Yeah, with the charger on the bottom. Oh, that was great.
Where can it annoy them the most?
You know that they're actually there's like 3D printed little devices out there that you can put on it. It's like a little riser that allows you to keep using it even with that configuration. It's like you can tell that something is.
It's a good idea though. It's a good idea though. Some people are hooked on their computer. People like me, so that would benefit me having the charger of the mouse on the bottom.
Peter.
Then I had to.
Peter.
Yeah, but what if you are working?
Yeah. Shut the fuck up.
I had that last week. I was supposed to do a live stream, and then just to add on to Aiden's frustration, one of my monitors broke, and it took me an hour and a half to figure out why my computer wouldn't start up anymore. Because it was causing an issue with the graphics card, and it always happens on the same show. It's just like, I don't want to do that show because it's in the middle of the night for me. That's not it. But every single time something happens, it's on Jackson Wheat's channel. Every single time.
Do you have an NVIDIA or an AMD graphics card?
I have 2 NVIDIA cards.
Aha! Everyone always shits on AMD for their bad drive. Oh, AMD has bad drivers. Oh, they're terrible.
He said, "Do."
Yeah, but it wasn't a driver issue. It was the monitor. The monitor literally broke and made some bad connection.
Go ahead, Achilles.
Hey, Terry.
Hi, Terry. Welcome to the show, by the way.
Hi, Terry.
Hello, Terry.
I heard what you all were saying about my president, and I just want to tell you,
I think you
shut
mean
up. No, you shut your mouth. That's my president, and I'm proud of him, and I love him, and I would vote for him again.
You know who else was your president, Terry? Obama. He was your president too. Did you support Obama?
No.
But he was your president.
Are you going against the Bible? Terry, are you going against the Bible?
Tell me, dear Terry. I know you know I love you, and we're both Christians. How did it feel when he got inaugurated, and he's the only president that did not put his hand on the Bible?
Man, I don't watch the
Twice. Both times he did.
That is true. You can't even chalk it up to coincidence because you're right. It happened twice.
I don't care about whatever gotcha you think you got. Okay.
I didn't. It's not a gotcha. I'm legitimately asking a Christian that is supporting him.
I don't even watch the inauguration. I don't watch that stuff.
Okay, since you didn't watch it, we're letting you know that he's the only president that twice he did not put his hand on the. I don't know about twice. I think
them put their hands on it and don't do a dang thing. That's godly. So I don't know what you want me to say. Would I rather somebody put their hand on the Bible?
What do you want, Terry to be critical of the president of the United States that supports your idea? Of course not. What do you want?
Hey, no.
What do you disagree about with
Donald Trump kicks ass.
What do you disagree about with
kicks
Trump?
ass?
What policies of Donald Trump's do you disagree? All
of them.
You disagree
all
with
all the based ones, all the tariffs. Everything. Daddy is home.
I said, which one do you disagree with? Do you disagree with any of it?
I don't disagree.
Of course not, because you're a shill.
By the way, did anyone of you know that if you put in Trump and rape in Google, that you get to a government site with one of the Epstein files? I'm not kidding.
You also know that if you type Nazis.us into Google search, it'll take you to, I think it's, what is it?
The White House?
Homeland of Security. It's the Department of Homeland Security.
I am disgusted.
Go type it in right now. Go type Nazis.
I'm not typing that in. I'm not typing that in.
I'm not going to type that in.
You know that Trump increased the debt by $2 trillion in his first year?
That's true. He's going to drain the swamp. And by the swamp, he means what little money that your granny has stored away in her bank
My
account.
grandma is
That sure as
passed
shit
away.
ain't gonna survive this presidency, baby. Hell
Both of
no, that's gonna be
mothers
spent
passed
on those
away.
eggs that he said are gonna
You
be cheaper.
insensitive bastard.
What's that?
Both of my grandmothers have passed away, you insensitive bastard.
I would call being insensitive attending a stream called How Not to Get Deleted by Federal Agents 101, but hey, that's my version of insensitive. I guess your version of insensitive is talking about somebody that you didn't even know was dead. My bad. I'll try to adhere more to your version of insensitive going forward.
You are a hypocrite, so whatever. And you're wrong.
Hypocrite about what?
A lot of things.
Like what?
I'm confused.
Well, I
Both
remember
my
when that
grandmothers
one guy
are
got killed,
deceased.
that Brian Johnson
What should I?
Oh, Brian
and then when he
Thompson.
got,
Brian
and you were like,
Thompson.
oh, he deserved it. No.
No,
then-
I said I said that the only thing that I regretted about the what happened with Brian Thompson was that Luigi Mangione missed a couple of times. That was the only thing that.
Yeah.
I regretted about that. Yeah. I think that Brian Thompson, a man that intentionally deprived tens of thousands of Americans out of their health care when they had proper claims in order to get their health care. Yeah, I think that when there's no legal means of, hi, by the way, Stephen, welcome to the show. When there's no means,
what's up, Aiden?
Nothing much. When there's no means of
He's
legally
being a
bringing that
filthy
person to
communist.
justice, when there's no legal means of bringing that person to justice, then every once in a while, sometimes you got to go extra legal with that stuff.
No, that's not endorsed, but
That's what I mean. Sick.
That's not hypocrisy. That's not hypocrisy.
You don't know anything.
The reason why that's
you
not
don't know the
hypocrisy.
difference between right and wrong.
The reason why I don't think that that's hypocrisy is because Renee Nicole Good never denied anyone's health care. Renee Nicole Good never really did anything.
Renee Nicole
She tried to run over an ICE officer.
With her life.
She didn't try to run over an ICE agent. By the way, not an officer. It's an ICE agent, quote unquote. Because this constant characterization, characterization of this guy like he was a police officer is just totally bunk, because a police officer actually has the authority to tell somebody to get out of their vehicle that's an American citizen.
So does
an ICE agent. No, an ICE agent actually doesn't have the authority to tell an American citizen.
They do not.
No, they don't. No, they don't.
And they're not police.
They just issued a statement on the website for ICE on reasons when they cannot shoot. They cannot shoot when someone's driving away. They cannot shoot when someone's trying to flee from them. So this was just issued a couple of hours ago.
Because I've read what they can do and can't do, and it does clearly state that if
they are afraid that it's going to happen again.
Yeah, I fear more of these dumbasses are going to put themselves in the line of danger.
I'm afraid that it's going to happen again, but I'm afraid that it's going to actually get worse, because we're seeing
it's going to get worse.
Yeah, well, we see it against the left right now, but the right is not always going to hold the White House. So whenever it goes and swings the other way, and it's conservatives being shot in their cars, we're going to be singing a different story. But then it's too late, because we already released the beast that is federalized, police.
Oh, but you know what, though, Stephen? That woman that got shot on January 6th, she was a noble, amazing person who, I don't
she's
care. And I'm not asking you to take a side here. I'm not trying to ask you to take a side. I know that you're pretty apolitical.
He's coming for Ashley.
And you try to you try to divorce yourself from that. But the idea, which, by the way, a Big Bad Mama sent me a clip of that, which was pretty great, when they were doing a questioning about that, and the phraseology that they used of, well, a January 6th police officer shot that person. I love how they kept having to say January 6th police, because if they just said a police officer shot her, then that would contradict the narrative that police are these demigods that are never capable of any wrongdoing and always exercise.
I don't think anyone believes that. That's a total straw man.
No, it's the narrative.
Trump released all the violent people that had injured policemen. That's a fact, that he pardoned those people. So that's condoning the violence that occurred against those police. The January 6th.
The biggest issue we have here, though, is that woman was executed without a trial and without a conviction. And whenever
Agreed.
you allow law enforcement ever to be the judge, the jury, and the executioner, you have a major, major problem on your hands.
How would, if you were in the same position, do you think you would have done something?
Finish. Let's see him finish, please, Terry.
Even if she did try to run the police officer over, he has an oath to the Constitution to defend the rights of its citizens, no matter who they are or what their crime is. He had no right to execute her.
Also a human being who has a right to his own life.
If he is not wanting to put himself in that line of duty, then he does not need to be a law enforcement officer, which you know is going to put you in the line of duty.
And I need to say
danger.
I need to say something.
Also, law enforcement.
I'm muting everybody.
Ridiculous.
All right. Hold on. I'm muting everybody for one quick second here because I need to say something, and this is my show, and I'll mute people when I want to.
You forgot to mute me.
Well, you know what, Peter? Thanks for reminding me. There we go. Now he's been cold as well. Yeah, I agree with what Steven said there. And one of the things that hasn't been talked about at all is the fact that that guy shot into a crowd of people. He shot multiple times, and there was a whole group of people that were right behind that car that could have been hit by those bullets. It's fortunate that none of them got hit by those stray bullets, but it easily could have happened. So the awareness that he had that there was a whole crowd of people behind him, including that other officer, by the way, that other guy was in the line of fire. So I feel like the narrative would be a little bit different if someone else caught a stray or that other officer caught a stray. But that isn't being brought up because thankfully no one else got injured. But it's important to bring that up. That guy shot into a crowd of people.
Aiden, think about this. Even the guy who shot President Reagan was tackled, given a trial, and convicted, and still not given the death penalty.
Yeah, absolutely.
Think about that, guys. This is a dangerous time in American history when police officers, as dangerous as their jobs are, can literally execute whoever they deem convicted in the moment. That is unprecedented in our history.
Yeah.
All right. I just want to give a little rebuttal. Yeah. So I think that everyone has a right to defend their life. And when somebody tries to run you over, and this guy, he got
She didn't try to run him over.
She
did. That's what the video shows.
The video shows she turned her wheels.
Let me respond. Somebody who is outside.
Okay. Achilles hasn't said anything. Hold on. Achilles hasn't said anything for a minute. Let's let Achilles talk.
It is obvious to somebody who is as far away as I am that the wheels were turned to the right. Period. She was trying to run away, to get away, and yes, play smart. Like, okay, yeah, I can go though. Okay, she did not try to run him over. If she did, she wouldn't have turned the wheel. Exactly. That argument is over, and you should not keep saying that. That's
right.
Well, how did he have internal bleeding? How did he get internal bleeding if he didn't get run over?
That's his only side.
Because he didn't.
Defense, and it is obvious from the video itself.
Where did he get the internal bleeding from?
That was not what
Didn't you see him walk away from the car?
He walked away
completely unharmed. That part of the video.
No, in the video he goes, "Oof!"
That people went over to him, talked to him, and that there was nothing wrong with him. And this is a guy with internal bleeding that was just walking away and talking to people, completely unfazed.
In different things. We're watching.
He wasn't in pain. There was nothing.
Adrenaline can cause you to work through the pain.
Yeah.
If we did not have this video, I understand how the argument could be made. But now we are at the time where we have the video, where it is clear that she did not intend to run him over, and people are still debating, oh, he touched him with a bumper. He pulls the gun out and shoots. Like, if I was the driver,
wait. Let him finish, please, Peter.
If I was the driver and you pulled out a gun on my face, I would freeze immediately. He did not even point the gun to her. He pointed and shoot.
No.
Immediately. She didn't have time to see that there was a gun on her head.
Achilles, it's worse. Achilles. Achilles, it's worse. He had his phone in his hand. He was recording the whole thing. And before he went up to the car, he put his phone in his other hand and pulled the gun.
A quick and really...
So he went with a gun drawn towards the car. He was intending to shoot.
If you want to stop me, point the gun at me and say, I'm going to shoot you.
Let me jump in.
Yeah, Big Bad Mama, go ahead.
So, yeah, you could characterize that it was an accident and perhaps he got clipped, but to say that she was purposefully weaponizing her vehicle is really a bad thing to say. You're trying to turn her into a monster so that people look down upon her, and that's just not what the video showed. And there's J.D. Vance was making the case, well, this officer got dragged by a car not more than a couple months before this incident. And it's like, if that's the case and he had some sort of a PTSD situation, he shouldn't have even been doing that type of duty currently. Because, if it affected his judgment, then, he shouldn't have been there.
I mean, for every other field, that's just a given, Big Bad Mama. If you're a surgeon and just a fucking few months earlier, you ended up experiencing a really traumatic event that clearly is going to impact your judgment while you're conducting surgery, then a board of medical examiners is going to tell you to take time off and to not conduct surgery.
Mm-hmm.
But for some reason, when we give people the ability to surgically alter people's bodies with bullets, then all of a sudden they're just allowed to do whatever the hell that they want. That's perfectly fine.
But in America, everyone has a right to have a gun. Like, I have a gun with me, and if somebody tried to run me over, I have a split-second decision to make. Luckily, I've never had to.
Is my life? Daniel, the difference is you're not a cop. You're not trained that you shouldn't shoot. Then you should try to get away.
Yeah, that's another thing as well. So
that's the difference.
Daniel, do you agree? Whether or not you agree that she tried weaponizing her car, the video footage clearly shows that at the beginning, before she begins accelerating, the grill of her car is lined up with this agent. It's lined up with him in a way that if she wanted to hit him, she could have just kept going forward and not turned her wheel at all whatsoever. If that was her intent, then she would have just kept moving forward. And unfortunately, there was at least a higher chance that she could have survived if she did that. Not that that inherently makes things better, because then you're putting the officer's life in danger. But it's true, because if she actually did hit him, he wouldn't have had time to line up the gun with her. So this idea that she was trying to weaponize her vehicle is absurd, because her vehicle was right in front of him, and yet she still tried getting out of his way and turning to the right.
And Aiden, if I
may.
Another
thing is, he walked in front of the car. He walked in front of the car on purpose, while they are trained never to get in front of a car.
Right. This
is part of their training.
Of police. They are not police, but police is trained to never go in front or at the back of a car.
Well,
that's a good point.
And if I can,
Stephen, go ahead, please.
Yeah, as Americans, we pride ourselves in being the most free place on earth. That's what we convinced ourselves of, and that's even the chant. We have all the freedoms here. Well, we have to kiss that goodbye if we're going to start normalizing officers or police officers or federal officers executing people in their vehicles for trying to flee. Americans prided themselves on apprehension over execution, and then being given a trial, and then dealing with your conviction. That's the American way. And if we're going
that's why she should have
complied, there were 5 men standing around her with guns. She was trying to escape with her life, and then she still ended up losing it. Where was her trial?
That's ridiculous. She wasn't going to dive. She just stayed there and listened.
Before she stood in the middle of the road, she waved them past, and they didn't go.
She
waved them past.
She's entitled to a jury of her own peers. She was denied that.
But she shouldn't have tried to flee. Like, here's the thing.
Daniel,
like,
Daniel.
So you wouldn't flee if someone is pointing a gun at you?
No, wait. I need to say something really quickly here. So the fact of the matter is that a ICE agent does not have the authority to go up to an American citizen who they are not investigating, who is not under their jurisdiction, because their jurisdiction does not cover United States citizenry. They do not have the jurisdiction to go up to you and order you out of your car, let alone what he actually did, which wasn't just trying to order her out of the car. One of the things you always hear is that, oh, that other officer's arm was in the car. Well, why was it in the car? It was in the car because he was trying to force her door open. He wasn't just trying to say, get out of the car. He was trying to force her door. And even a police officer. Yeah, a police officer has the jurisdiction to tell someone to get out of their vehicle, but they do not have the jurisdiction without any probable cause to wreath your door open without you doing anything. That's of the same level as just walking into your domicile without any warrant whatsoever. That vehicle is yours. You're entitled to it. And them just trying to violate your rights so flagrantly is also something of concern. But that isn't even being talked about because there are literally so many levels of injustice occurring here. It's like a fucking layer cake. And we lose track of some of them because the other ones are ultimately more important. They're bigger issues. But the other things need to be contextualized as well. And that context includes the fact that that officer or agent or whatever the fuck you want to call him shouldn't have been doing that to begin with. He shouldn't have been operating that way. And the fact that he did is what caused that situation to play out. Why was it him that caused that situation to play out and not the woman? Because Renee Nicole Good never received a moment of training on how to act in those situations. She never received a moment of consultation on how you're supposed to behave. That agent did. And yet he still acted that way. And people still want to make excuses for him. And it's fucking sick.
I think she went there to disrupt a lawful, detention of immigrants. Now, like, I'm completely against Trump and his immigration policy, but I think the right thing to do is to
let him finish. Let him finish. Let him finish, please.
I think the important thing to advocate here is that people comply and they get arrested. You know, that's the Christian way. You know, all of our heroes as Christians get arrested, and they get arrested for unjust reasons. So it's like, that's what we should be trying to advocate for, is like, you'll get your day in court. Just listen to the officer or the agent, whatever. Don't get killed over this.
Can I ask a question then?
Yes, please, Stephen. Go ahead.
Okay, so if as American citizens, we start witnessing the rapid militarization of law enforcement to a tyrannical degree, some Americans feel, where is the line between a healthy protest to slow down that type of culture and crossing the line to where now you're interfering with law enforcement? Where's the line?
That's a good
question. When she was honking her horn and refused to leave for 10 minutes. There's a whole video where she was just there, just honking her horn, going for 10 minutes, causing a disturbance.
But Daniel, do you realize that woman lost her life? And what was her biggest crime? Honking the horn for 10 minutes. Right. That's what escalated the situation to that American citizen being executed without a trial and without a conviction. That's fair?
When her girlfriend said, drive, baby, drive, and there was an agent in front of her car.
I swear I will never honk my horn ever again.
It's not about the honking of the horn. It's the fact that she drove her car when there's an agent in front of her.
Right, but I don't want to.
He wasn't in front of her. He was standing to the side of the car, and she pulled away.
You just moved the goalpost.
Well, you guys were saying she was right in front of her, so like, you're changing your.
Hold on.
There it is.
You just moved the goalpost from something which was the horn. You moved it back to something that we addressed before, which is that her wheels were turned all the way to the right. And if you were there and if you were holding a gun, you are the one that has the responsibility to know that difference if you work for the government. And for my last second of before you guys go on again, I just want to point out that what Mark said on the chat, I think he's saying a lot of things, so let me point out what I'm talking about. I think is very important. Both sides made mistakes. But the thing is that one of those sides lost their lives and the other one is out there doing what he was doing before. So only one paid for the mistakes of both.
Correct. And
I don't know what this is, Aiden, but you just created a live show where I agree with 2 of the Proverbs guys. I need to go back and rewatch this because this can't be real. This we're in the Matrix.
We're in strange times
somewhere.
right now.
Can I
honestly,
take this?
He left, but if he's still listening, props to Steven. Man, both of you guys scored points with me today, honestly.
And I want to use this opportunity to say this is why I like Steven that much, because he's not so influenced, and he can see the difference between totalitarian actions and not having to support them because it is his president. I mean, that's one of
honestly, I want to say that about
but you're making it seem like that's what I am.
Now.
I mean, that's what you're making it seem like that's what I am, because I have a lot of problems with Donald Trump as a president.
Yeah,
I'm an actual American, and you know that I have a lot of issues with him. But like I also am seeing this from the perspective of self-defense, and I've been in that kind of situation before. Not everyone has, and I know how little time you have. And, you know, I pray to God that I never had to be put in that situation where I had to take
question. Could it be that because of you have been in such a situation that might somehow cloud your judgment? And if you just sit back and rewatch the video again,
I've got to be honest with you.
I'm not saying that doesn't happen, because it does. I've been in situations where something was brought up and I was in the same situation and I overreacted. I'm just saying that is a possibility.
Daniel, I don't know if you remember, maybe it wasn't quite on the same level, but do you remember me telling you about the story of what happened over at the dog park and all that stuff that happened somewhat recently? Because I was in a self-defense kind of scenario as well at one point. And I got to be real with you.
I'm not sure if I ever heard this. Yeah.
Okay. Long and short, somebody's dog started attacking my dog. We asked where the dog owner was because they were nowhere to be seen. He appeared over the hill, started going towards my fiance and my dog in a threatening manner. So I got between them. A fight ensued. Without all of the details of it, which are available out there somewhere if you do want to listen to it, I just don't want to throw up a 30-minute roadblock telling you the entire story. I got to be honest with you, dude. If I had a gun in that kind of scenario, I'm a little afraid of what I might have done in that situation. Because if I was in America and I had a gun on my waist and that guy possibly had a gun on his, that could have escalated out of control extremely quickly. I didn't know if he had my life in his intentions. I didn't know whether or not he was actually that unhinged to the point where he was going to try to kill me. So it probably would have been a scenario where I probably would have drawn my gun and I would have pointed it at him. And if he had his gun, the next thing you know, what was a fight between 2 people could have escalated to the point where somebody got shot and killed. And that's because neither one of us have training on how to handle that situation. I don't have any professional training saying that this is how you de-escalate, this is how you handle this situation. So I probably would have panicked and something really bad could have happened as a result of that. And I could be in jail right now, but I'm not, because I wasn't given the opportunity to do that. And there are plenty of law enforcement officers in places like the United Kingdom who aren't armed, who go around with nothing but a taser, and they're not killed in droves. I don't see them dying in droves. I don't see them getting shot all the time. As a matter of fact, the amount of shooting incidents that occurred in the UK went down massively when they disarmed their police officers in a large scale and only had specialist units that went around carrying guns. Because a gun shouldn't necessarily be on the hip of every single law enforcement agent. I think that's kind of a bad thing.
Yeah.
But in America, like, everybody has guns.
Yeah, the UK, there's plenty of guns too. There's plenty of guns.
They don't have Second Amendment like we do.
Yeah, but the whole idea that, well, if you take away guns, then only criminals are going to have guns. Isn't that the whole narrative about why guns shouldn't be taken away from the United States? Because then only criminals can have guns. Right. But in the UK, in the UK, they did that.
Peter, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, Peter, go ahead.
Yeah, can I remind you that the Second Amendment is there to have a well-regulated militia to
Yeah.
go up against the government?
Yeah, what well-regulated militia are you part of, Daniel? I know that you own a gun. What well-regulated militia are you part of?
1 second. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, we're going to be locking up at 5.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, I'm kind of getting out of here anyway, so that's perfect for me.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and they were talking
no
about
problem.
muskets.
They were talking about the most advanced weaponry at that.
I'm getting kicked out of here.
All right.
You should tell them you're streaming because you might
Don't hit
look
the
like a
the
fucker,
officer,
so-
Daniel. Turn your wheels to the right.
Turn your wheels away
don't
from
turn
the
your
man
wheels
who stood at your window.
Because if you turn your wheels, then they'll say that you're trying to hit them anyway. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, right. Doesn't make any difference.
Better stay in one place.
Listen to
actually.
cops and do what they say, so you can stay alive. I think this is
In hindsight, Daniel run him over before he can pull a gun.
Just comply with when the Gestapo comes to your door. Just comply with them. I mean, why are you taking all these issues with the Gestapo thugs?
Because that's what Christian martyrs do. They go to jail for unjust reasons. It's a good thing.
For Christ, Daniel. But
yeah, for Jesus Christ.
Yeah, but Jesus
No,
Christ.
Achilles, I have to interject.
No, Peter.
I'm muting you. Give me a second. Jesus Christ did tell you to love your brother as yourself. So those that are protesting against violently kicking them out of the country without actually checking if they are illegal, they are following Christ better than maybe me and you are, because they're doing this with.
If they're doing it peacefully. Peacefully protesting is good.
Now I want to.
But they're going out of line. They're shooting fireworks.
I want to point out hypocrisy here. We are talking so much about how the cop friggin' panicked. Okay, what about the girl?
Yeah.
She panicked.
Yeah.
Okay, so you are making it seem like she did something very bad and she deserved to be shot. She panicked. She wanted to run away. There was a thug running towards her that she knows is not a cop. And he told her, get out of the car, get out of the freaking car.
And tried to rip her door open.
Right? And she panics. And the other guy in front of her did not have a gun out. Now, if I was there and I panicked and you pulled a gun on my face and said to my open window, if you run away, I'm going to shoot your ass, I would freeze the F out. I would freeze. He didn't do that. He pulled it out and pulled the trigger 3 times like there was no thinking there. There was no barrier. So you have to see this. You have to admit this. He completely overreacted, and at least we should see him lose his position instead of having a president running his mouth the very next moment,
calling him a hero,
and saying how violently he got treated. And we barely saved his life in the hospital. And come on.
Yeah, and blatantly lying about that person being run over, by the way. And I know, by the way, I just want to say, Daniel, you did say that you had issues with Trump, and I'm not going to get on your case for that. But it is just worth mentioning that Trump overtly said in his tweet or whatever it was that agent got run over. And that's not what happened. If you look at the footage, even from his perspective, his phone got knocked out of his hand. But if you look at the footage from the other perspective, he never hits the ground. No. He kind of gets jostled a little bit.
Have any of you seen the body cam footage of this particular agent?
I've seen it.
I think I did. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, so while the woman was driving away, crashing into another car, what were the 2 words that this quote unquote agent said?
Oh, what were they?
What? I don't know.
What were they, Peter?
Fucking bitch.
Awesome.
Yeah. Definitely not something that was said out of anger at all.
Daniel,
that was so he said fucking bitch. He didn't cry out in pain because he had experienced trauma that caused internal bleeding. Nah.
He was angry. He was angry and
don't tell me that's adrenaline, because getting hurt will make you cry out in pain. That never happened.
Yeah, even if you're hopped up
Instead, he turned away and said, fucking bitch, and then walked away.
As a matter of fact,
on his body cam. His body cam shows that he wasn't hit.
As a matter of fact, my friend literally got hit by a vehicle like yesterday, and he told me about what happened. And he said that the only reason why other people were alerted to that was because the person that hit him ran away. They tried to get out of there. Now, apparently they turned themselves in, but the only reason that other people were alerted was because he was screaming so loudly from the pain that he was in from what happened that other people were alerted to what had happened. So this agent, if he really was experiencing all this pain from this horrible thing that happened to him, I agree. He should be crying out in pain. He shouldn't be calling her a fucking bitch right after he murdered her. But it's clear that it's an anger. It's a motive that is found in anger. And people don't want to talk about that. People don't want to talk about the fact that so many of these American police officers are so fucking jumped up. They're so trigger happy. They're so paranoid that each and every single person they interact with. Oh, gotta run. Thanks, everyone. Thank you for being on the show, Big Bad Mama. Seriously, really appreciated you being here. You really added a lot to the broadcast, so thank you.
Thank you, BBM. Good to see you.
What? I'm not being sarcastic. I'm being serious. He was good. But
the problem with you, Aiden, is that you say so many things. It's hard to figure out when you're being sarcastic.
I am such a fucking.
It sounded sarcastic to me, to be honest, but yeah.
I mean,
it came off as sarcastic.
With all
you
your
really contribute so much to the
we
stream.
just have to guess.
Big Bad Mama, you honestly did contribute a lot to the stream, and I appreciated your
You should say that in a Trump voice.
Big Bad, you know what, folks? Let me tell you, I know stream participants, all right? And if there's a good stream participant out there, it's Big Bad Mama. He's the one. I'll tell you about that. Let me tell you something else, folks. Trump steaks. Trump steaks are the very best steaks that you'll ever find, and you can only find them at the Sharper Image. Because when you go to the airport and you're about to go get on your first-class flight to Tahiti, I bet you're thinking, I'd better go into a photography place to get a steak. I'm a great businessman, folks. Sorry, go ahead.
Daniel, the fact that we are defending the girl does not make us part of the left agenda. I want you to have that clear in your mind. We are defending human rights in the face of a totalitarian threat that you are at the verge of. And as Stephen said earlier, then if we allow this, it's going to be worse by the next president, which is probably going to be left. So it's not about the left and the right. And I speak from a country where one day, the president of that country said, hey, everybody, on the radio, hey, everybody, I believe the country is sick and I am going to heal it. So what you do from now on, you all get locked up in your homes and whoever is outside after the sunset will be shot. And he did. And that was the dictatorship of 1967. And that's why I'm joking about, I understand Americans. This is their first dictator. I understand why it's confusing to them. But you got to hear it from others that have experienced this. This is completely against your rights. And this is the reason you have a Second Amendment. To defend from people like that, who is not trained, he's full of wrath, he killed an innocent woman who made mistakes. Okay, yes. I mean, it was a mistake, but still.
Who doesn't make mistakes?
Right. Paid it with his life.
The mistake didn't warrant a death sentence.
Right. So if you accept this for that one, then the left side is going to accept the same if they do the same to you. When you are...
I wonder what they're going to say about the guy who just shot the 16-year-old boy in the eye with a pepper ball, causing the guy to go blind in one eye. And then after he shot him in the face, he dragged him around while he was bleeding.
Where was this?
Yeah. I forget. You just Google it. 16-year-old boy blinded by ice shooting him in the face. There's video of it. It's very hard to watch.
To understand who ICE is and not what they were recruited to do, but who they are as individuals, you have to see the recruitment ads. and understand what kind of people it was that those ads was referring to.
I'm gonna pull this up as soon as you guys are done with what you're currently talking about.
Did you find it, Aiden?
Yeah, I just pulled an article referencing what Peter's talking about, and from the footage I'm watching, this is literally something. How does it get more Orwellian than this? Right. Like literally, like how much more overt does it have to get? You know what the crazy thing is to me? The thing that's absolutely insane to me is I remember growing up and listening to people like Rush Limbaugh on the radio, always talking about, the free radio revolution and all about how like these crazy lefties are going to take over the government. It was always thought that the lefties were going to take over the government and they're going to install this totalitarian regime. And the moment that totalitarian regime starts stepping on my rights, you better believe that tree of liberty is going to get watered with the blood of the patriots and those otherwise. I heard that rhetoric all the time growing up. But you know what the truth of the matter is that they never cared about the fact that it was totalitarianism. They cared about the political alignment of that totalitarianism. And that became very apparent based on the fact that we're currently living in a day and age where that totalitarianism is coming about in front of our eyes. And
from the other side,
percentage of the population is just totally willing to just sit by and do nothing about it whatsoever. So I'm gonna pull this up.
I forgot the country where Melania's from. Have any of you seen that they put Trump on the front page with a mustache leaking out of his nose made from oil? He looked like a certain person that we had in the late 30s, early 40s here in Europe.
So protester blind.
That's it.
Protester blind in left eye after federal agent fired projectile at Santa Ana protest, family says. So before we watch the video, I'm just going to read a little bit of context here. Santa Ana, California. A demonstrator was hit in the face with a projectile fired by a federal officer at close range during a Southern California protest, leaving him bloodied and with serious injuries, according to video and accounts from fellow protesters and family on Tuesday. The Friday gathering outside the federal immigration building in the city of Santa Ana was in response to the shooting death of Renee Good in Minneapolis by a federal agent, which has kicked off a wave of protests around the country. Hundreds of people had marched in the streets in Santa Ana until a smaller group was left outside the federal building by evening, shouting expletives through megaphones about immigration and customs enforcement, video showed. At one point, they burned what appeared to be an American flag on the steps of the building while shouting "Justice for." I
gotta get out of here, guys.
Okay,
God bless you all. I'm sorry, I gotta leave.
No, you're good. You're good, Daniel. Thank you for being here. And not being sarcastic here either. You added a lot to the broadcast as well, Daniel. So thank you. I appreciate that.
Just before you read on, Aiden, don't show the video because that might get your show taken down, or maybe even your channel. Don't show the violence on video. Just saying.
Okay. If it's
I didn't get to ask Daniel.
You can read the article, but just don't show the video. That's not a good thing.
I mean, if it's on YouTube, then surely it can be shown here, right?
No.
It's different for different channels. If you want people to watch it, post the link in the chat instead. Don't risk your channel being taken down.
I'll post the link to the article so that people can read it themselves and watch it for themselves. Because I want people to be made aware of it.
I've been nagging long enough for you to go streaming. For you to get your channel taken down.
That's fair. It'd be a little discouraging if stream number 4 was the final one,
Yeah.
I just want to
that would be a good thing.
I want to point out to my brother Daniel, if he's still listening, and to anybody else that thinks that, I don't know, whatever they might think that we have addressed. I did not get to ask him what side of the political spectrum he believes that the dictator that did this to my country was. I suppose he would say left. So no, he was right, and the reason he was right, and the reason for the dictatorship was the left threat. So I want people to think about that.
Well, and think about the correlation.
This is why you need multiple parties, not just the left and the right. You need parties all over the spectrum.
And there's plenty of commonalities to be found with it as well. He encouraged massive militarization of his country to the point where I believe it was the only time in modern or semi-modern history where Greece and Turkey had roughly the same military buildup in terms of the amount of armed forces that they had. And that's another aspect of it as well. It's not just the militarization aspect of things, because every single militarization can't happen in a vacuum. It always needs to be justified by some external force. And the external force that he was using to justify it was the threat of the Turks. He was.
I think he was more based on the communist threat. So what he did in this short-lived dictatorship.
Oh, I might have been thinking of the different one. Sorry, I might have been thinking of
like if he raised the military for the Turks. I do not know. I do not know that. I know that
the colonels.
That the Turks are a legitimate threat, but I think that is one that is being used by companies like Lockheed Martin and Raytheon to just keep selling weapons to both sides. So if I meet a Turk, we don't fight. We sit down and we eat the same and we drink the same and we have a lot of fun. But when it comes to the governments, we have been receiving so many death threats from the other side. Like, these are not your islands. This is not your land. He has taken Cyprus. So, and here's a good example. The Cyprus was taken at the exact moment of the dictatorship. So it's like the dictatorship happened and Cyprus was taken from the Turks. So I think the whole thing works together, as there are some people that are gaining from this.
Yeah, I'm looking into it right now. And yeah, it was primarily the Cypriot crisis that kind of fueled them to begin shifting away from, well, not shifting away necessarily, but also adding the Turks to that threat of like externalized, oh, they're going to come and take us over, guys. Be careful.
But the dictatorship started against the communist threat.
No, you're right. You're right. It was built up based on the threat of communism. You're correct.
But do you know what happened when we sent reinforcements to Cyprus, which was Greek at that time? It was not a separate country.
Right. What happened?
We shot them down. We shot the airplanes down, all of them, all the Navy SEALs. The country itself shot them down by accident.
Yeah.
So instead of now getting into a whole historical thing, the thing is that was a clear override of our rights and your rights as Americans, right? To those that are listening, that's what we're talking about. You cannot, and the reason it connects to Trump, it is because of his tweet. If there wasn't for that tweet, then we could be debating the policies or the individual actions of that individual or those two individuals. But since he immediately made that comment, that immediately puts him on the spot.
Right. Sorry, I was just replying to Steven.
Just say, I don't know what happened there. I'm going to look into it. Right?
Right. I just think that, sorry, I'm just looking at this side chat. I'm in like literally a million different places mentally right now.
Yeah.
Forgive me.
You're a host now.
I'm going to start untangling it one bit at a time. So maybe it may seem incoherent, but I'll start with, I was thinking about the end of the dictatorship, not the beginning, because it was when Turkey invaded Cyprus and kind of like disproved this whole like notion of like invincibility that they were trying to build up for themselves. This whole idea that they could be undefeated and all this, like they just basically collapsed that illusion when they invaded Cyprus. That was what ultimately undid the dictatorship, was just because.
Yeah, and from that moment on, I understand how the militarization against Turkey would be excused. They took over half an island.
Right.
Right. Well, that, yeah. Where exactly do we find in modern America somebody trying to take over a slice of American territory? If anything, it's quite literally the opposite of that. America is trying to imperialize other countries in the world right now and take them over for itself. So, I mean, and I was trying to get to that earlier, like way earlier in the stream, like probably like 2 hours ago or something like that. America used to rule based off of soft power. It used to rule based off of the idea that we could invade any single one of you right now and topple any one of your governments right now and basically do whatever we want to any one of you individual countries right now if we want to. But the fact that we know that you know that and that this is a commonly understood thing between us makes it so that we can still kind of pretend on the world stage like you've got some agency and that things are still going good for you and that you've still got your own sovereignty and authority over things. And now America is starting to use hard power where it's going, no, we do have control over you. We do own you. You don't have your own sovereignty. We will dictate every aspect of your sovereignty for you. And you just don't typically find throughout history that that works out very well for countries that are desperate. It typically signals that that country is in its death throes in terms of its current position on the world stage, and it's trying to reassert that authority that it thinks it has while it has the chance to do it. And to a certain extent, I could understand that in a world where China is gaining as much domination as it is right now. You know, America likes to think that China has always been this little backwater place where nothing has ever really happened because they've never understood any history that's taken place beyond the bridge of their nose. But in reality, China has been the global hegemon for the vast majority of its history. It was the center of the world in terms of culture. It was the center of the world in terms of economic prosperity. And really all it's doing right now is just reclaiming that position. It's just taking back its position as global hegemon. And it has nothing to do with the fact that they're just inherently superior or their ideas are inherently superior. It's primarily having to do with geography, the fact that they, like America, are one of the few places on the planet that basically has access to almost every single resource that it needs, basically on its front door, and could just go and get it whenever it wants because it just has such a huge sweeping swath of territory at its disposal. But also just the geopolitical reality that China has found itself in, where it has been able to build programs like the Belt and Road Network all across the world with no real American response. What China is doing right now is exactly what America was doing in the 50s through the 1990s, which was accumulating that soft power. It isn't overtly taking over these parts of the world, but yeah, it's basically going to countries like Sri Lanka and saying, hey, you can't afford this giant, super advanced deep water port that'll be able to service whatever ships that you want at a moment's notice, but we can. And we know that you're in a really advantageous spot, geographically speaking. So I'll tell you what, we'll build it for you. And in exchange for building it for you, we're going to get a 99-year lease on that. And we're going to just be able to use it in whatever way we want for the next 99 years. And in reality, when that 99-year lease is probably up, I don't think that Sri Lanka is exactly going to be in a position where they can go, actually, I think that port belongs to us now. I think that that's not exactly going to be the case 99 years from now. No. All of that to say that China is playing the long game right now, and America is playing the short game, and they are going to eventually, I wouldn't be surprised if it was in my lifetime, lose that position as that global hegemon. And it's going to be shocking. It's going to be at a similar level of culture shock as the fall of the Berlin Wall was for Eastern Europe. I don't know what event is going to take place, or if it even is going to be a single event that will really signify it taking place, or if it's just going to be a long creeping thing that just slowly happens in the background. But I really do think that by the end of my life and my twilight years, we'll find that America is not at all in the same geopolitical position that it is right now. And that'll be its own fault.
It doesn't have anybody else.
After this show, I'm going to hate Trump even more. Because apparently he can do something good, because he can unite people who used to be fighting.
That's true.
Which is weird.
I mean, like, me and Achilles, we started really like uniting, so to speak, about the whole Palestine issue. You know, when we both saw a lot of people in this community on both sides of this community that usually were very nice and loving and caring, just kind of turning a blind eye to a really awful series of events and either not saying anything or even condoning the fact that it's happening. And yeah, we both were like, yeah, we should probably say something about that and do something about that. So, I mean, if people aren't going to like that, if there are people out there in the audience even right now that don't like what we're saying, all I'll say is thank you for at least taking the time to listen, because I assure you that I will at least attempt to do the same with your positions. I don't think it's ever been a lack of trying on our end to understand the other side's position on things.
And the thing is that we are not having our views to be liked. And if I heard somebody that had a balanced view on something, I would just go on and say what he said. Like, I would just point it to him, but we did not hear that view. And at least, if hate it or not, appreciate that you heard it somewhere. Because the media doesn't seem like, if I experienced the US for 2 years, living there, not being able to get out, right? So I saw this. The issues that mattered to me were always forwarded by the left side. So the right side was saying, well, it can't be true because the left side said it. So here you have two people outside your country trying to give you an outside's perspective on some issues outside that left and right paradigm. False dichotomy, I should say.
Do either one of you have any? Well, you know what? I'm going to read a little bit more of this so that we get a little bit more context, because I think that this is worthwhile to get some more context about, even if I can't share the video. And then we might talk a bit more about it. And then unless anybody else wants to join and perhaps share their own perspective and viewpoint on it, I'm probably going to shut down fairly soon here. We're over the 3-hour mark. This has by far been the longest show ever on this channel so far. So thank you very much for everybody who's made that a reality.
I tend to do that to shows.
Yeah.
On some channels I drag it out, and on other channels I seem to end it.
I want to throw in a quote I read somewhere a couple of days ago. One of the main differences between Germany of the 1930s to today is that today we have so many books going all the way back to the 1930s about the 1930s.
Exactly.
So
we have the knowledge.
Right. So what happened with the Germans, and they supported Adolf, they didn't have knowledge. We supposedly do. So.
Yeah, I think there's a lot less of an excuse for somebody in the modern day, especially like even divorcing yourself from the idea, like let's say that Nazism never even took place and Adolf Hitler died as an infant or something like that, and it just never happened. Like even then, even if we had no prior context for fascism, I would still excuse a person in the modern age less than I would a person back then, because a person back then didn't have a device in their pocket that instantly gave them access to the near sum total of human knowledge at their disposal, just at any time. They could go to and access that information if they wanted to. At this point, it's undeniable that unless you're somebody that's living on North Sentinel Island, or somebody that's one of those uncontacted Amazonian tribes, you probably own a cell phone nowadays. As a matter of fact, it's been pretty definitively proven that there are more smartphones in the world than there are toothbrushes.
There definitely are more smartphones than smart people.
Yeah, that's definitely true.
Yeah.
But all of that to say that you, right now, if you believe all of these things and you buy into this narrative at least take the time to look at the other side. At least take the time to avail yourself of both sides. Because just earlier in the stream, I just did a whole bunch of reading into 2 studies that totally contradicted each other about transgenderism. And I didn't have a problem reading both of them. Go ahead, sorry.
Speaking about studies, so you just reminded me of something. You know that they did a study about solving crimes? And did you know that murders in the southern part of the United States are less likely to be solved than in the northern part? Did you know that, Aiden?
I can't believe that. I can't believe
yes,
that.
And do you know why?
I would imagine it has something to do with the higher rates of corruption that are typically found within police.
No. It's because the DNA is all the same and there are no dental records.
Oh God. That's pretty good.
And you can blame Christian Pike for that when he said need more toothbrushes.
That was a good joke. That was good.
I'm sorry for not laughing. I was thinking of what to type to an email.
Oh, you're good.
I wasn't paying attention.
Yeah, no problem. No problem.
Peter's really gonna bring up my murder spree. It was a fade, says Christian.
and what you brought up about the phones and the access to information that we have today is what blows my mind on how can somebody that have watched that video say that this guy's life was threatened.
I know.
It makes me think of 1930s Germany.
It's of a similar effect where something is just so obviously one way. If you just examine it uncritically, or at least as uncritically as you can. I'm not acting like anybody can be divorced of their own ideas, but if you just try to look at that and divorce yourself as much as you can from any politics whatsoever, I could have been told that was freaking Melania Trump driving that car, and I would still say that she was trying to get away from them, that they were trying to weaponize.
And still, I've proven in this stream that just because I'm saying that was the case with that video, that doesn't mean I am for the agenda of the left.
Right.
I objectively saw it with my own eyes and said that shit was wrong. Period. Like if we are not in a position,
there's a lot of things. There's a lot of things that the left is doing wrong to Achilles. Right. It isn't a thing. It shouldn't be a thing. Right or left.
Right, it shouldn't. Well,
but that is the problem.
But they have sat down on a common table and said, how can we do this? Okay, you take half of the truth and we take the other half of the truth and have them fight about this. They will all be right 50% all the time, you know?
Maybe we can scare them, Achilles, because you're European and I'm European. So we both know what happened to Germany. So let's start telling the Americans, so when this is over, half of your country will be Canadian and the other half will be Mexican. See what happens then. Maybe that'll scare them in doing the right thing. I don't know.
I love the idea. Unironically, I've seen, not in this community, but I've unironically seen Americans saying like, it'd be no problem taking Canada if we wanted to. And it's just like, you realize that you guys had enough of a problem fighting a war in Iraq or Vietnam, both of which maybe had somewhat similar populations, but also had landmass that's like less than 10th the size of what you're dealing with Canada. So the idea...
Well, but so... I talked to a guy who told me that in World War II, Canadians didn't even have tanks. And that's after I told him that my city was liberated by Canadians and British forces, not Americans. And this guy fought me tooth and nail that there were no Canadians because they didn't have tanks.
And those that
I'm not kidding.
And those that will say what you just said, Aiden, should look into the history right through that war, what Mussolini decided to do to impress the other dictator, Hitler, and he went. He said, "Okay, let me just go quickly and take over Greece." And that was the beginning of the whole demise, because he lost. Hitler lost the whole Italian support because the army was pinned to Greece. They thought it would be a walk in the park, and they hadn't taken into consideration the terrain and the spirit of the Greeks. They lost the war, and by the time that whole thing happened, winter arrived. Hitler had to come to Greece to pick up the mess that Mussolini created, and the whole thing escalated. So never say, oh, this is going to be just a piece of cake. Yeah, there are so many factors to put in the equation. For example, if China says Taiwan is going to be a piece of cake, I don't think it will. So just so people don't think I'm like anti-American, I'm anti-totalitarianism all over, wherever it is. Just trying to warn some brothers and sisters about it. That's all.
Well
I
said.
know I said too much. Sorry.
No, I said well said. And now Aiden has muted himself. The guy who likes to talk more than anyone else is muted. What's happening with this stream? Everything is going exactly the way it shouldn't be going.
Peter,
or it didn't used to go.
Since Aiden is muted, let me ask you this: are your farmers out in the streets like our farmers are, like the French farmers are, like the British farmers are? Is it happening there too?
We had that a while ago, but because of Trump's tariffs, actually our farmers are doing better now than they ever did, because we got to forge new contracts, and actually our farmers get more money now.
Oh, okay. Have you?
We had that.
The whole thing with the Mercosur agreement. Do you know about that?
The what?
The European Union is bypassing your parliament and my parliament, and has unilaterally voted for bringing in products from Latin America. And this is the main reason that all farmers are out there, because those will come way cheaper than what the farmers in Europe have to spend to create their products, because they're just, imports. And B, because all the regulations that we've had as the European Union for years concerning genetically modified food and all that are just getting discarded by this European Parliament that nobody voted for.
Honestly, I haven't seen any of that yet. It may be that it's going to happen, but at least not yet.
Yeah, you will. They'll come out in the streets soon about this as well.
I honestly hope that we get to keep our food standards, because that's one of the things that I'm really passionate about, that we can at least have some decent food without any chemicals in it.
Right, so that's changing, and I'll put in the private chat the name of the agreement so you can look it up. Latin America is not.
Thank you guys so much. I hate to interrupt. Sorry, I just got a phone call there, so I just got taken away for a second. But it sounds like you guys were keeping going, so thank you. I appreciate that. What's going on right now?
We took advantage to slander you and to tell everyone what a terrible person.
Good.
So, yeah,
I'll make sure to edit everything.
We use our
in an attempt, you know what? For how competent I am, in an attempt to edit that out of the stream, I would probably edit it in a way that was the only thing on the stream. At that point. So you just click on
By the way,
stream.
there is one thing.
Horrible person.
So there is one thing that I wanted to ask you, Aiden, because I saw you using Restream and now you switched over to StreamYard. Are you going to stick with StreamYard?
Well, that depends on whether or not a certain missing mod is willing to let me use the StreamYard long term. If she doesn't, then that's totally fine. It's her StreamYard. She can do whatever the heck she wants with it. But for as long as she's willing to have me on the StreamYard, I am liking it a little bit more than Restream. If anything, for the fact that she made me my own intro and outro, which was pretty nice of her. So
if you stick with it, I do have a tool for you, because apparently this has become quite clear during this stream. You need something that with one click you can mute everyone in the stream.
Yeah.
And they do not have and they will not have the possibility to unmute themselves until you let them.
That would be nice.
That's a tool that you don't have in StreamYard. I have that tool.
Well, you know what, Peter? I will meet you in the shady meeting place in the back alley behind the stream with a bundle of money and a nondescript brown paper bag, and I'll be sure to leave that under the dumpster at approximately 7:14 p.m. and then turn at the wad of bubble gum that's left at the back of the alley, approximately 32 degrees, and wink at the camera.
Sorry, but I cannot take payments. That goes against my religion, because I started this whole. No, I started the whole social media thing.
You're Dutch and you can't take payment.
Make money.
You can't take payment.
No, I didn't want to make.
That's in your DNA. You can't do anything but take payment.
Yeah. I mean, it's an ongoing joke between me and Arn Ra every single time that I ask for a raise, and then he doubles my fee.
It's like telling a Greek, yeah, you can't do philosophy anymore, Socrates. Sorry about that. You can't do that no more.
The only reason people are going away from StreamYard is the enormous amount of money it has started asking from the time it got bought by that bigger company.
Yeah,
it still is the best stream. So if you the best stream platform. So if you can split the money with somebody, free would be even better. It is the best.
I mean, in all fairness, I think that if you have the free version, you can have up to 6 people. I think having more than 6 people, your stream will devolve into. Into utter chaos. I mean, six people are enough.
I mean, it was.
And with my,
I think there is.
And with my hack.
Go ahead. Sorry.
No. With my hack, you can stream using StreamYard, and you don't have the logo. So. Everything's. All of it for free.
There was 7 people on the stream today, so that wouldn't have been possible in Restream because it's up to 6, and I'm pretty sure Restream stingily counts sharing a screen as being a participant. I might be wrong about that, but I think they might count a shared screen as being one of the participants in order to bilk you out of more money. But I might be wrong about that. I'm not sure. You know what?
I mean,
I was talking about this the other day. Peter, you were around for old YouTube. You remember old YouTube, right? Like I'm talking like circa like 2008 to 2012 kind of YouTube. You were there for that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Maybe just YouTube didn't have much of any built-in live stream features at that point. You basically weren't able to do much of any streaming yourself, but people were able to upload videos of their streams from other platforms. Was typically how that went.
Well, up to 15 minutes. No, 10 minutes.
Well, it depended on how big your channel was, wasn't it?
No. If you look at on Ra's earliest videos, they were all chunks of 10 minutes because you couldn't upload longer.
Right, so you would find that like a 2-hour debate would be broken up into like 20 segments or something like that, where it was like this person versus this person debate, part 8. This person versus this person debate, part 17. And it's like, was that tedious to go through in a day and age before the playlist system was anywhere near as refined as it was nowadays? Sure. But you know what? The fact that the actual restrictions for what you could say and what you could express were so much looser back then, that made all of that crap worth it, didn't it? Like,
well, Did you hear that Seth Andrews lost his entire channel?
No, I didn't. Really?
He got it back. He got it back. But yeah,
he's been around for a while, hasn't he?
17 years worth of work.
Yeah.
Gone. And they didn't tell him why.
That's why I don't want to stream on my channel.
You're worried that you're gonna have all of your work undone at one point.
Yeah, because my
Seth Andrews doesn't stream.
Seth
Andrews doesn't stream. He only posts videos.
Peter, I'm gonna mute you in a second if you don't calm the hell down. Calm down and let someone else talk. Go ahead, Achilles.
Sorry, Dad.
Oh no, that was a very important thing that Peter said, because I thought he lost it by something random that happened on some stream. Losing your whole channel for an upload is a completely different dimension.
Yeah. Trust me, it's one of the reasons why I've been so hesitant to stream as well, Achilles, has been like, well, what if everything happens? But you know what I've kind of realized is that if you endlessly worry about the what ifs, you just kind of end up not doing anything, don't you?
No, my issue, but my issue is that my channel relates to an amount of work that goes back to like a decade.
That's fair.
And it is a huge timeline for each one.
And you view that as like an important thing.
Files I can't bring up again, so I would have to create a new channel and start re-uploading the same videos from scratch, just for them to be. So I don't want to risk that at all, just because I have a different view than the norm when it comes to, I don't know, the Palestine issue, you know. So I don't want to risk that.
You want to hear a fun fact, Achilles? Want to hear a fun fact? I have had my channel for over a decade, and I can't live stream anymore. And YouTube is still trying to figure out why I can't live stream.
They don't even know themselves. They're like, we're going to figure that out eventually.
The buttons to go live don't work for me anymore. If I go to... So I have my channel, and I have my secondary channel, and then I've got a ton of sock accounts. But I also have sock accounts on where I have different channels. And I can live stream there. Just not on my main account.
How many subscribers does your main account have?
I mean, not a lot. I think I don't even have 3,000 subscribers.
I mean, both of
you. I would have said it takes some subscribers, but no. Here we are on a stream that has 50 subscribers, and here it is streaming. So no, it doesn't relate to.
No, you can live stream right off the bat. You only have to click a link. And then wait for 24 hours, and then you can live stream.
I'm dropping the gavel. Screw you, Peter. You don't get a voice anymore. It's totalitarianism time. Achilles, I'm going to ask you to take that. No, you won't. Because you know what? I'll just be right there with the unmute key. I'll do it manually, Peter.
I can.
I'll do it the old-fashioned way, Peter. I'll hover over it.
You can.
Yeah.
You're gonna this looks like it's gonna turn into the old like style of Olympic games, that you would spamming that button
like. Don't say that, because you and I both know how they used to do the Olympic Games when it started. We all have to get naked first.
And
I was going to say, all right, both of you are getting muted. Both of you are getting muted. That's right. Real totalitarianism is happening right now. Achilles, I want you to account for the fact that you said that this is a 50 subscriber channel when this is actually a 55 subscriber channel. What do you got to say now? What do you got to say now?
56.
Oh, snap. 56.
I'm looking at it.
It's growing in real time.
I'm gonna buy you a live subscribers thing for your room, so you can see them. Like, by the way, guys, I just realized like 10 minutes ago that in half an hour I'm hosting a debate.
Really?
Which you guys are way more prepared than I am to host that debate, but I will be hosting it. And it is a subject that I guess you're both interested in. So you're welcome to come by, and I think we might open the panel later. So you know the channel, it's Proverbs Guys, and the subject is was the United States founded on Christian values or not? One side will be represented by Stephen, Proverbs guys, Mr. Bowling, and the other one by Robin, who you haven't seen around lately because she's actually doing a lot of research on the subject. So this is gonna be fun.
That's actually
now
really
I feel
interesting.
very bad because I have a live stream coming up, so I can't watch, but I will go.
I will
watch
be
it
there.
later.
I'll go watch. I'll tell you what. I haven't even participated in the Proverbs guys community or chat really all that.
Apologize to Robin for me.
At least 6 months now, but that right there will definitely get me in the door. I'll go and hang out there and drop a few comments in that stream for sure. I'll give it a like as well because I honestly, and this is nothing on Robin whatsoever. She's a very articulate woman and she's very knowledgeable. I just never suspected her to get into the debate ring and start debating people. Not because she's incapable, but just because not everybody necessarily has the disposition to want to do that. So that'll be interesting.
She started this as a very objective host, being able to let both sides have their say and be balanced and not have her views intervene. And now she evolved into
interesting.
Yeah.
That's
and
awesome.
I love them both. I love Stephen and I love Robin. So I'm gonna try to use that love to be balanced. Plus, I am not that educated in that subject, so I'm not gonna try to intervene at all.
So thank you for letting us know about that. I am going to, if you're going to be doing that in half an hour, probably read a little bit more of this article then and wrap the stream up. So I'm going to keep going from, I'm just going to start from the beginning here just because it's been long enough that I think we kind of need to start. It was only 2 paragraphs in anyway. So Santa Ana, California, a demonstrator was hit in the face with a projectile fired by a federal officer at close range during a Southern California protest, leaving him bloodied and with serious injuries, according to video accounts from fellow protesters and family on Tuesday. The family gathering outside the federal immigration building in the city of Santa Ana was in response to the shooting death of Renee Good in Minneapolis by a federal agent, which has kicked off a wave of protests around the country. Hundreds of people had marched in the streets of Santa Ana until a smaller group was left outside the federal building by evening, shouting expletives through megaphones about immigration. Yes?
Aiden, can I quickly interrupt? Achilles, the debate is tomorrow.
I could have made that mistake, but it says...
Well, Stephen is in the chat saying that the debate is tomorrow.
Oh, okay. So the reason for that is that
I thought that was worth interrupting.
Okay. No. And I'm not laughing at you in a diminutive way. That is such a innocent mistake.
No, it has happened to me before, and it happens when I check the time after 12 a.m. So
at least I can watch now.
When I check the date,
can watch now.
Okay, that's it.
Phantom actually says you have to debate today anyways, Achilles. You actually have to be the one debating now, by the way, Achilles. I know Steven did all the research and all the preparation, but now Steven is actually going to be the moderator, and you have to debate Robin.
I have absolutely nothing.
It'll be like Bart Simpson when he gives his report on Treasure Island. You'll be like, the Treasure Island is an island and it has treasure on it.
Yeah, treasure somewhere.
Yeah, and there are people that go to it and they talk about it.
Steven says, Achilles, do you want to borrow my slides?
We got slides going on. Ooh,
wow, it's going to be fancy. It's going to get out of control. Tables are going to be flipped.
Robin has disappeared for a week.
That's true.
That's scary.
That is foreboding, isn't it? One of the best ways to intimidate your opponent is just to say nothing at all.
And Robin is a formidable opponent too.
It's true.
I'll just throw some beaver videos there just to
All right.
Keep reading.
Thank you.
Do you want to start over for
Peter?
the
Peter,
second
Peter, do you have
time?
anything else? Do you have anything else, Peter? Do you have anything?
No,
Do you want
no.
to tell us about the latest
No.
diet that you've got your bird on right now? Or
Well, I'm going to be doing a live show in let's see.
Wow, that's great, Peter. That's really awesome. Anyways, I had to do it.
As we do every Thursday
I had
at
to
that
do it.
time.
I'm sorry. Maybe that was your NVIDIA GPU cutting out your microphone there.
Yeah.
I think that's
No.
Oh no, it's happening again.
You said you have two of them, but I would like to ask, since you can't use both for video editing, unless I think DaVinci, the paid version, does utilize both.
Yeah, Resolve.
But Adobe does not. So
I don't know. So I hardly ever make videos. The only reason I have NVIDIA is because I make stuff like intros and things, and for that I use Adobe After Effects, and that will use the graphics card that I have. But when I say I have two NVIDIA graphics cards, it's in two different computers. I've got a 6-monitor, 2 PC setup.
Didn't you say you have like a 4090 or something? Didn't you say that you had some like absurdly good
4060?
Oh, okay. Just flip that 6 upside down. Next thing you know.
Right.
Another thing that I have to blame Mark Stoney for, because he nagged me to get a 4060. So
why? You at least get the 4060 Ti 16 gigabyte. Like, come on, Mark.
I don't have 4060 Ti money. I bought an entire computer. I bought 6 new monitors, of which one has now broken. So I have to get back and see. I'll probably get a new one.
The graphics card is like the engine of your car. It's like the single most important component of your entire setup.
Especially if you're editing, you need to use After Effects because it uses the CUDA cores. But by the way, Peter, you can afford the 4060 Ti right now, but don't wait.
Yeah, now.
Don't wait.
Yeah, but see, now I've got a new problem. And I won't tell anyone until I get to talk to Mark Stoney, because that is his fault too.
Oh no.
And that's costing me a lot of money.
That's why you wanted to talk to him that bad. Huh?
It's all about money. You know
every single time I talk to him, he's costing me money. So
wow. I don't know why you said that. Oh, I'm not going to tell anybody about this until I hear back from the Mark. But it's like the most interesting thing that's been brought up over the entire course of the stream. You've just brought up this like advanced level intrigue and dropped like 4 different hints about what's going on. But then you're also going to be like, no, I'm not going to show you what it's actually about.
I will give you a hint. On YouTube, I am going to go for it. And I just created a channel. And from that name, I changed out 2 letters.
Oh, snap.
To cover the topic.
Dang. Well, you know what? I'm excited because I feel like he's goaded you into getting a new segment. I feel like he's goaded you into getting... I feel like that 4060 might be a 50 series now. Or
anyone who knows Mark knows what I'm talking about. So,
wait,
it's not a secret.
If you don't mind me asking, Achilles, what GPU you got rocking?
3080.
You got a 3080? That's rock solid, man. That's a good one.
And not a TI, because I don't think I needed 12 gigs at the time, especially at the price tag that it came with. But Peter, the GPUs, the prices are rising so much right now that NVIDIA is re-releasing the 3060s.
And I don't know if you heard this, Achilles, but it was either today or yesterday, they officially announced that they're going to be cutting production of the RTX 5070 Ti and
which was the best. which was the best card.
It was the best one out of the whole 50 series by far. It was the closest one to actually being a consumer-friendly card. It was the best price to performance, and that's why they're cutting it, is because it came with 16 gigs, even though by all justifications it should have come with at least 20 gigabytes of VRAM. Come on, guys. AMD put 20 gigabytes of VRAM in the 7900 XT, not even the XTX, which came with 24 gigabytes of VRAM.
I have one good reason why I have been considering the 5070 Ti or the 5080. And that reason is that although the CUDA cores are not way more than my card, the CUDA capability ratio is double.
Right.
And that is very annoying, but still not for that price tag. And I'm fine.
I don't know, man.
I love my card.
I love mine as well. I've got a 7900 XTX as my graphics card, and I love that thing. It's gonna last. It's gonna last.
The only reason I don't.
Peter, I think you've got some kind of echo going on. I think you've got some kind of. Thank you.
The only reason I haven't moved to ATI cards is the way Premiere works with CUDA, and I've been a Premiere freak. Like I play with Premiere like people play with Game Boys, and I don't like crashes. That's my issue. Like with using Adobe Premiere and an ATI card, you need to be saving your work every 5 minutes.
Because it's just not optimized for it at all.
And which is purposefully done.
Of course.
These are contracts under the table between Adobe and NVIDIA.
Yep. It's been like that since like the 2000s, though. That's been a really long-standing partnership that they've had with each other.
Right. But let me tell you guys this. Let me brag for a second here. I'm maybe the only guy out there that is using Adobe Premiere daily, and he's not paying for it.
Dang.
I had.
I'm not talking about
always
parity.
had.
Not talking about parity.
I always bought the entire Adobe suite because I needed it for my work. So I bought that every year. In 2018, I bought the entire Adobe suite. I had a plugin, the 3D plugin, that didn't work with Adobe After Effects. I contacted Adobe. They said, you take it up with Video Copilot, who makes the 3D plugin. Video Copilot said, it's not our fault, it's Adobe's fault. That went on for a year. And since 2020, I get the entire Adobe suite every year as a standalone for free.
Okay,
and I'm not going to tell them.
That's a better
deal. So
the
first time they said, you've had so much problems, we're going to give you this year's suite for free.
Like they would ever do that.
And they have been doing it every year, and I'm not going to tell them, hey, wasn't that a 1-year deal?
Don't ask.
Because
I don't think
I'm not going to do it.
Sorry,
what I did with my deal is not as good, man. That's the best deal ever. What I did is that when they turned to the cloud, I bought the CS6, the last version that was off cloud.
That's the best way of doing it.
So now, like, I can just disable it on one computer and re-enable it on another computer once I upgrade. And I've done this like twice. I'm using the same. Now, it's a little outdated compared to what we see today with glitches and all that, but you can make them on After Effects. I can manage.
Mod walks in. Hold on, I know the perfect thing for that. Hold on. Give me 1 second here. I gotta look that up. I gotta give that.
So you get the updated version of the CC every year, Peter, and they're not even asking?
Yes.
Awesome.
I get.
Wow.
I get After Effects, Premiere. What's the
and Photoshop.
Audition. Audition, Media Encoder, and Photoshop.
You know the story behind Audition? How they got to make an audio program?
Yeah,
So
they just bought the company that had the best one, I think.
Right. Back in our day, it was called Cool Edit Pro, and it was the best. And all of a sudden, they just bought all its stock, and they own it now. So that's what they're doing. Adobe, that's what it does.
Yeah.
If you beat it, they will buy you off.
Yeah, that's how they got the PDF thing as well.
Yep.
So,
right. Would you like to continue reading, Aiden? I think we're done.
I don't know. Do I have your guys' permission? I don't know. Is that allowed? Is that okay with you guys? I just want to double check and make sure before I go forward with any of that. I love how the moment we start talking about computer shit, the views just go. It just go right into the dark. I do want to do at one point though, and maybe no one's gonna watch it, but I don't care. This is my fucking show. I'll do whatever the hell I want. As long as YouTube doesn't ban me anyway. And one of the topics I want to cover is the fact that right now Jeff Bezos even just said it pretty overtly not long ago. He wants people to stop buying computers themselves. He doesn't want people to use their own computers. He wants people to rent computers from the cloud.
That's where we're going.
Yep. And that's just such a dystopian reality where you don't even have the ability to tinker with your own machine or do anything with your own machine. And, for certain people, I could understand the cloud as a decent thing to use as like, okay, you don't have the money.
It's not going to work. It's not going to work. It has cost Adobe a lot because they are doing things.
They're building the infrastructure to do it right now. They're building the infrastructure up to be able to do that. And this isn't the first time people I've heard that before, Peter, because like Google Stadia tried doing that not too long ago where they were like, oh, we're going to release this thing that is entirely cloud-based and you don't even have to pay a flat fee except for the subscription service every single month that we can have you pay for. And it sucked because the infrastructure wasn't there. But the second that they get that infrastructure in, they are going to try and push out physical hardware. As a matter of fact, they're doing that right now, even before they have the infrastructure properly in place. They're killing off all of these new graphics cards production. They're killing off RAM production. Now RAM has gotten obscenely expensive. The 32 gigabytes of RAM that I don't even want to think about how much Achilles RAM is worth. He told me he has like 128 gigabytes or something.
No, it's 60. No, it's still 64, but it is 14,
DDR4
latency. The loaded, like right now, you can't find that latency nowhere. It always starts at 16. But the reason that mine hasn't skyrocketed is because those chips are done for. It is a DDR4.
Yeah.
What skyrocketed is the DDR5.
Yep, the 32 gig in my system. Sorry, go ahead.
But the point you're making is the future, and we have graphics. Everything has memory. So if memory skyrockets, the memory chips, you have SSDs, NVMEs skyrocketing. You have graphics cards skyrocketing. And what is very surprising is that there was a scandal back like a couple of years ago with something that happened with conventional hard drives. There was a shortage of hard drives.
Yes.
And their prices skyrocketed. Well, they forgot to come down. Yeah. So right now, a hard drive that I personally bought for $300, an 18 terabyte hard drive, it now costs $600.
Yep.
So you have everything concerning a computer costing double that money.
Yep.
So we are stepping into the time where people will not be able to afford computers anymore, and they will have to resort to the cloud.
Yep. And it's really unfortunate because when I first got into PC gaming, I got into it right at about 2015, 2016. And I would consider that to be near the end, if not the end of like the golden age almost of being able to build your own computer, because the components that were coming out, like the 10 series of NVIDIA GPUs, were a huge improvement over the 900 series. You could get a GTX 1050, and that 1050 would go head to head with like a 970. And that's just unheard of nowadays. You never see anything like that anymore. And not only that, you see these huge improvements in technology, and the prices were reasonable. That was the biggest thing. The big thing that sold me on PC gaming was the fact that I could get a game running better at a higher frame rate and looking better than a console for the same price as that console. That's what first got me into it. I built my first computer that kicked the absolute shit out of the Xbox One that was sitting in my living room for about the same price as that Xbox. And that's just a pipe dream nowadays. You'd literally have to go dumpster diving and finding like abandoned PC components to build anything that's anywhere approaching the price.
I love it. I love it when you say dumpster diving.
You have to nowadays.
Thing, man.
Reminds me of what is showing on screen.
Oh yeah. I don't want to say how computers were like when I got into them, because that was a completely different dimension.
I bet.
But I think they have also stopped evolving and having new technologies. For example, for a gamer, what the new cards do is they create more fake frames for the same processing power, like the those that have the 18. I can't pronounce that, but 1080. Yes, the 1080 Ti. They still have that today. It has a 10 gigabyte RAM on it. 11, yes.
On the 1080 Ti.
11, all right. And it is a 2017 product.
Yep.
The only thing they can't do is run those RTX and the fake frames. What's that called?
Ray tracing. It can't do ray tracing. It can't do DLSS. Or,
So we see now the next cards that came after the 40 series. What they have is a new level of DLSS. So in a sense, the processing power doesn't change. What changes is triggering, not triggering.
We pack more AI accelerators into this.
Fooling the hardware in better ways now. And we see the same with everything. Like the processor that I have is an 18-core, 36 threads beast. And to get that today with AMD, because Intel doesn't even make it anymore.
Yeah.
You have to pay like $4,000 only for the CPU. So I don't see things evolving anymore. After the SSD, we just managed to cram it down on a smaller version, which is the NVMe drives, and change the protocol. But that's what it is.
From SATA, yeah.
So instead of thinking that, where are we gonna go with computers? Nowhere. It stopped. It stopped for us.
Yeah, for us it stopped, but let me tell you, that new Rubin thing that they showed over at NVIDIA, the Consumer Electronics Show, quote unquote.
Consumer, right.
Yeah, such a consumer electronics show that in reality shows off this Rubin GPU that literally requires like a ton of water in order to actually function. And by the way, you think that water is going to be potable after it goes through that thing? Guess again, because all of that water is getting totally ruined by all of these different processors, because it has to be filtered in such a way that it basically becomes useless for human consumption without being treated afterwards. So yeah, this whole idea that, and now they're 100% liquid cooled. Previously, they were only 80% liquid cooled, and some of them were cooling with just air. But now all of the innovations are coming for those things. If you want to spend $100 million on a data center, then there's plenty of innovations to be had for you. But if you want to spend $1,000 on a budget gaming computer, then you're basically going to be stuck with the same technology that they were making 5 years ago, just with a couple of new AI accelerators that can trick you into thinking that it's better than it was before. I agree with you.
100%. We're out of the equation, and it's not just gamers; it's also creators. We have to deal with what exists now. But by the way, this brings me to make a suggestion. I hope you guys hear me, not just hear me with your ears. You follow the advice. Get this processor that I have with a motherboard, and the memory that it works with is DDR4, so you can make a super powerful system with 1/3 of the money that you need. But you can't find it new. You can only find it used.
I would really like to, but I don't know where you live.
Ha! Nice. So it is the last 8EDT processor that Intel, the extreme chip that it ever released. It stopped doing that. It is the 10th generation.
Okay, 10 series.
1090-800 XE. So you can find that on eBay for $300 right now. It is 18 core, 36 threads, and it works with DDR4 memory. So before those prices start rising due to the lack of better options, like DDR4 right now is only cheap because DDR5 hasn't run out yet, or the people's budget hasn't run out. But it's going to rise too.
Yeah, I was about to say earlier that 32 gigs, because I didn't get 64 because even when I do content creation, I don't think I'm going to be doing any super heavy render work or anything that 64 is really going to be super justified for me. But
I make massive timelines, massive.
Yeah. See that if I was thinking about doing that, I would definitely go for the 64. But I figured the 32 is fine. But even just the 32 gigabyte kit that's in my system right now, I paid $120 for that, brand new. And
can I quickly
nowadays
interrupt,
it's like
Aiden?
just real quick. Nowadays it's like 650.
Wow. Yeah. Wow. By the way, I
have to go. Guys, hold on a second. I have to go because I need to get my stuff for the show, and I want to grab something to eat before I go live. But so, Aiden, it's been a memorable stream. Right at the end, you got Achilles to acknowledge that evolution is real. So,
it's a legendary stream,
and we didn't even bring it up. So, but he says some things have stopped evolving. So evolution is real.
But I do agree.
Just one
thing.
Take care, Peter. Thanks for being here, man.
One thing that Trump did that I never expected him to is to have us have a discussion like this and be on the same side.
Yeah.
Like maybe he does have superpowers. I don't know. I really enjoyed it.
I'm glad we could have a conversation like this, Achilles, and I sincerely mean that.
Likewise, it was great.
I mean, both the Chinese and the Americans recognized the Imperial Japanese were no good. So, sometimes you find friendship in a common enemy.
Aiden, thanks for this. This was a great show. So.
Of course, thank you.
I appreciate you saying that.
I appreciate you saying that. I know you're not one to bullshit people, so thank you.
And as for my offer, it still stands. You know where to find me.
Yes, and I'm sure I will take you up on that at some point soon here. So thank you very much.
Okay.
Take care.
Anytime. Catch you guys later. Bye-bye.
Have a great show.
I'm offended that I'm not a mod. Well, I'll tell you what, Big Bad Mama. You and Achilles are going to have a race, and you two... And you know what? Achilles is actually at an advantage right now because he's in the room. You could be in the room right now. You could be on the live stream, but I'm just going to sit in the side chat and sit.
Keyboard warrior.
I'm scared. No.
By the way, Aiden, I could not afford the memory that I have in one purchase. I got the 32. I waited for a full year, and then I bought another 32, which is what they're saying never do, right? Never do that. Well, I did, and it works just fine.
It works fine as long as the lowest speed that you have for your RAM is still really high. Then it literally doesn't matter if they don't work in perfect conjunction with each other, because the only thing that's going to happen that's going to be negative is it's going to run at its lowest rated speed. But
it is the same. It is the same kit.
Then it's fine.
Yeah, but I waited a whole year. Yeah, there is a chance that they changed the factory, and instead of having like Samsung chips, they changed to Hynix chips.
Maybe.
Then you're effed. Then
Yeah.
you're effed. I wasn't that unlucky. So
I mean, I'm pretty sure Hynix is better than Samsung, if I recall correctly.
no,
but
Samsung Bida is the best one.
Oh, is it? Okay.
And that's the one that they had on this.
Maybe I'm thinking VRAM. I think Hynix is rated for higher temperature for VRAM at the very least.
Oh, maybe, but
which is important for my video card, because if I'm in really intensive scenarios, I've seen that thing climb to like 95 degrees, and it's like, oh, that's really hot.
Oh yeah, since you bring that up, that's another reason why I can't move to the 50 series, because I don't want my computer going on fire when I'm rendering.
The melting connector, yeah, that's something that I never have to worry about on my XTX. I've got 8-pin PCIe connectors, and those things never melt unless you like literally only insert them halfway and are like just stupid about how you insert them. Then that's the only way that they can melt. On the 50s, yeah, they were talking about. Thanks, Big Bad Mama. Very, very cultured comment that you just put up there in the side chat. Much obliged. But yeah, when the 4090 was the first indicator of that with the 12-volt high power connector, there was a lot of talk about how it was user error that was causing those things to melt. And it's not. After the 50 series came out, it was overwhelmingly proven that even when they have software that like is supposed to warn you about it being failed, it sometimes won't detect it properly. And it's because this stupid connector doesn't distribute electricity evenly. Sometimes one pin will be at like 7.1 amps and the other one will be at like 9.6. And don't get me wrong, you can have a little bit of a difference in amperage when it comes to those connectors, but that huge of a swing, yeah, you're asking for your connector to melt at that point. And unfortunately, it's probably going to take somebody's house burning down or someone dying for NVIDIA to get a class action lawsuit over this, because it's just such an objectively stupid connector. Oh, I'm going to pay thousands of dollars for this graphics card and then just have it melt on me because they decided to spare $20 on making a cheap connector. Because it's not even necessarily the connector itself that's the problem. It's the fact that they don't have good enough detection software built in that can detect that those amperages are being unevenly distributed.
And that's where they're throwing the blame at the power supplies. And right. That the power supplies need to evolve to use that word again. Damn it.
You know what, Achilles, if you want to get the ROG Astral, that's like twice as much as the base 5090, which is already absurdly expensive. Right. They have a software that will prevent it. I've never seen an ROG Astral melt, so you just have to spend as much as a used car.
Yeah, just to play friggin' games, whatever it is,
without fake frames.
Yeah,
because that's basically as powerful a GPU as you need without having to do fake frames at 4K with modern games nowadays. No. Hey, Christian, what do you think about the current NVIDIA GPU situation? What's your opinion on it, Christian?
I'm for it.
Yeah, you're for it. Consumers like bad and stuff.
Yeah, that, whatever one is more popular is the view I typically default to.
How you doing, Christian?
I just got home for the day, and I'm making coffee, and that's pretty good.
That sounds.
I'm asking Steven to do a show because I'm now after 4 hours. I don't want to go.
Oh look, I told Steven we got that private Facebook group chat, and for whatever reason they added me to it. And so they were on there trying to figure out if they're going to do like a debate, like Saturday versus Sunday Sabbath or whatever. And So I told Steven, I was like, I'll come if I can advocate for the Thursday position. And I'm still waiting for approval.
We've actually been asking for you in a stream a couple of days ago because there was a lot of discussion. The show is called This Channel Supports High Preter. I'm sorry, not preterists, Calvinists, high Calvinists like John MacArthur and James White, and there
I
was a
thought
whole
Steven
discussion.
liked John MacArthur.
No, he does. And we are actually both, we love James White, man. The things that we've learned from that man. I don't care if you have different positions on.
Say Aiden's therapist?
This is ancient and obscure lore right here. This account, Mod used this account to troll me on a Proverbs guys show, like literally like 3 years ago or something like that. And she hasn't used this in all of that time, and here she is.
I've inspired her, you might say. Missing Mod, I would like to take credit for this.
Christian, I didn't know you existed 3 years ago.
I feel like you felt that I probably existed.
Your presence was known in some capacity at that time, I'm sure.
I mean, when did I not exist? I believe in determinism.
I think the idea of your existence is always permeated out there somewhere, Christian.
I think so. I mean, I like to think so.
No, it was Praise I Am. Oh, it was the Praise I Am show? Was it? Oh, no, you're
Achilles.
right. Yeah, it was. But
Achilles,
you
I
did troll
am
me on that one
interested.
Proverbs guy show, too.
I am interested. I am interested if you guys want to do a discussion on like predetermination. So I just find that subject very interesting.
And he was, Stephen was saying, I hope Christian Pike comes in because he's the one that can defend that position.
All you gotta do is message me. I'm not that hard to get a hold of.
And okay, I hope he heard that. But just so you know, Christian, I think that taking a very strong stance against Calvinism means that you haven't studied the subject enough, because it is a subject that the Bible makes it kind of clear.
Calvinists get mad at people when they call me a Calvinist because, like, Mark Stoney used to get mad because when people would call me a Calvinist, he'd be like, Christian hasn't done the reading to be a Calvinist. So I don't think that I qualify as a Calvinist. I think it offends them when I get the title.
No, we are allowed to all have our opinions, like, but to say that, oh, it's heresy and it's evil and all that, I think you haven't studied it enough. The same thing goes with annihilation or eternal hell. The Bible is not clear. So if one says the other side is heretical, they haven't studied it enough.
No, it's definitely an open discussion, obviously. I mean, it's very interesting to me, and I do love to hear different opinions about it. And out of all the subjects that I enjoy learning about, which are several, determinism is very high on my list just because I enjoy it philosophically. The idea of how much of time in history was pre-planned, I just think that's interesting.
The answer is all of it.
I mean, I think so, yeah.
I mean, like, how could it not be? Like, how is there any...
I feel like you were an Orthodox sympathizer, Aiden.
Yeah, but, like, I literally said earlier that, like, this is the one thing that I really disagree with them on. Like, this has always been my one sticking point. Has just been, like, how do you reconcile those two things together? And I've never heard an adequate answer.
Achilles, I think you have to set up the discussion. Everyone seems very interested.
Yeah, all right. Yeah, sure. Because I'm not going to bed. I'll tell you that much. I was prepped for hosting a debate right now. So I'm going to run one whether they like it or not.
I'll tell you what, Achilles, I might just drop in to go and say hi if you do a show. No guarantees because I'm a little burnt out from doing a 4-hour show, but I might drop in.
Yeah, I'm really glad that we're getting along again because I think Achilles is really funny, and my life was less funny without him.
Even at my most contentious with Achilles, I always respected his loyalty and his consistency with what he said. I always found those things to be very endearing about him. So, yeah, even when we were having a lot of spats with each other back in the day, I don't think that I ever got on his case for any of that. And that's ultimately the most important aspect of an individual to me, is whether they're consistent or whether they're honest. And that's one of the big reasons why I was gunning for having those streams that I did on mods and keeping those so that I could put them back on my channel, wasn't even so that I could get views or anything like that off of them. It's because it's important to me that if somebody in the future says, oh, you had a different position than you do right now and you changed your position, it's important in my mind to have what I said to go back to and consult and point to them and say, no, I did have this position before and my position hasn't changed on that. And if it has, then they're just as capable of pointing that out to me as well. So I think that having that kind of record and account of things is important.
My side with Aiden, although we disagree on a lot of things, now that Christian, you're here too, my view is that we Christians think that there is this horizontal line between who goes to heaven and who doesn't. But I think that that line is also crossed vertically by the and separates people whether they empathize with their fellow brothers and sisters or they don't. So there are a lot of Christians that don't, and they see people getting bombed and saying, oh, well, they deserved it. And there is a side of atheists that although they haven't accepted the truth yet, they feel more their brothers, their human brothers, more than some Christians do. So I cannot, although I have had disagreements with Aiden before, I see that his approach to social issues needs to be heard by Christians. I think there's a lot of hypocrisy on our side. The Bible does say that if you don't have love for your brother, but you have all the knowledge in the world, you are nothing. And I do think a lot of people fall in that trap. And people who are outside the whole left-right paradigm, false dichotomy, but they care, genuinely care, and they get fired up on things like what we discussed here today, I think are going to be up there. So I don't know. My only issue is he didn't like
it. You scared Christian off.
Yeah. The only issue I ever had with you, Aiden, is when you kind of throw jabs.
I do.
With an A. Right? That's when I'm like, you know what, I'm not gonna have that. But I do think that when we've had arguments and debates and those were not there, we can go on for hours respectively, even interrupting each other respectively.
I think the problem is that both you and I are clever enough to get in jabs that we know will actually affect each other. It's the problem. It's because if one of us were just incapable of doing that to the other, then we would probably feel bad enough for the other person that we just wouldn't do it. But it's the fact that we both recognize.
I'm actually on the other side concerning this. I think that when I'm having a debate with somebody, that I know that I can also hit them with something that relates to a complete other subject. I'm afraid I might do that. So I'm careful with my words not to imply something that is outside that discussion. So I'm trying to be that objective and loyal to the discussion that is taking place. And if I hear from the other side, oh yeah, that comes from Achilles' mouth, who back in the day, he said this, which is a completely different subject. For example, let's say bringing up the shape. I'll just leave it there. You see what I'm saying?
I mean, I don't really think that I was throwing that at you all that much. I think if I ever did, if I ever did, it was definitely in jest rather than like, you shouldn't take this person's arguments about this completely different topic seriously because they think this completely different thing.
Right, that's what I don't like. What people do. So
no, I agree. It's poisoning the well, and it's just, to me, if somebody does it, it just reveals that they don't have a strong enough argument about the issue that they're talking about, that they have to try and undermine people in other regards. So,
speaking of that, I've been thinking about starting the Psalms Guys channel.
Yeah. You're gonna start the Psalm Dudes Ministries.
Yeah, Song of Solomon Bros.
Song of Solomon Bros. I think the Psalm dudes and the Proverbs guys are like the Crips and Bloods of our time when you really think about it, you know.
When you think about it, really?
Yeah, like when you really like, you know, the thing that you don't do when you read a Dan Brown book, when you think about it, you know.
Oh yeah, I didn't think about that.
Yeah, I know you weren't because you're too busy reading Dan Brown.
Look, I finished that book in like no time flat.
Yeah, I know you did. I know you did. You know what you didn't finish? The Road. Because it was too difficult.
It's a very long and winding.
It's too difficult. Okay. It's too difficult. You just couldn't get through it. Christian gave up.
Even the Beatles couldn't finish that.
All right.
I'll be right back. I'm gonna put the food on the stove.
Are we doing this impromptu predestination debate or not?
I am contacting Stephen right after. I can't do two things at the same time.
Tell him the smoke is buy one get one free tonight. He can get it.
And by buy one get one free, he means these hands, son.
Yeah.
I'm gonna ask him to make a thumbnail with you being angry. You know, the ones that he makes with ChatGPT.
Yeah.
Those are pretty good.
Those are pretty good.
I hate every thumbnail Logan has ever put me in, but he doesn't care. He does not care. Every time I'm like, Logan, I hate it. And he's like, oh, okay.
They're better than the last, each and every single one of them, as far as I'm concerned.
I'll tell him. I'll be like, hey, Logan, by the way, I hate that. And he'll be like,
why do you got to do that? Why do you got to be like, oh, by the way, Aiden, we had a really good thing going on with that community and everything was good and awesome. And then,
I wasn't even thinking about that.
Yeah.
That never even crossed my mind.
Yeah.
You brought that into the
I remember being at peace with things over there as well, Christian. I remember that too.
It's like today we were just like all like shopping together in person and having lunch. Like the whole community without you.
Dang.
We were all at DAL taking pictures.
Yeah. Even Achilles is there just hanging out with everybody. Yeah.
Me and Dustin like holding hands.
Kumbaya, my lord.
You see, I told you I can't do two things at the same time. Right now, I just sent the email, and I have no idea why you guys are laughing for. I have no idea.
One thing at the same time.
Yeah,
you can't listen to what we were saying at the same time, genius. Can you?
That's
keep
only
up?
Half of two. I calculated.
Who are you? Who do you think you are? Popsicles? Come on, dude, shut up.
Bicycles.
Hey, do you remember a movie? Look, you're not gonna know this. I don't know why I'm asking, but do you remember a movie called 305?
Oh yeah, I remember that movie.
Did you actually see that?
No, I didn't. I'm totally making that
up
online.
So there was a parody movie called 305. It was about like the other 5 Spartans.
It sounds like an offshoot of Meet the Spartans or something like that.
Meet the Spartans was epic. Was some good stuff.
Look, the one guy shows up and both of his eyes are missing, and he's like, the gods blessed me with a spare, and Leonidas is like, no, they didn't.
It's pretty funny.
The main character's name is Testicles.
Christian, because I don't think we have anybody on the other side like scheduled. Okay. I would definitely do my best to defend the other side, but I myself, I'm like, I don't know, man. But still, I would do my best.
I would prefer an easier opponent just so my odds of winning go up.
Oh, come on. Don't be that kind. But no, there is an issue. I've heard the arguments that Calvinism makes, the actual arguments, and they are pretty hard to refute, right? The whole issue is that we do think that there is some form of I'm not gonna give you my side. You ain't gonna be prepared for it. Just leave it for the show.
Dang. Dang. I will close this stream down and start a whole new one. I will clean slate this just so that we can have this happen. I want to see it. And I feel like the 4 people that are watching right now, they want to see it too.
I'm extremely ill prepared, but I'll still do it though.
Unironically, if both of you just say the word, I will shut this down and start a new stream.
Okay, you know what? Me and Steven, we're not doing this for the channel. So if we would not mind to do this as a courtesy to a new channel that is being created to have the debate here. No problem at all.
Is that actually okay with you?
Fine, and
cool.
it's gonna be
I
fun with
saw how
Steven
Aiden
too.
just snuck that in there. You see that?
No,
He just
No,
snuck
he
that
snuck,
in
he
there.
snuck Big Bad Mama in.
Yeah. That would be really cool, actually. I would really appreciate that. That would be a really good opportunity to give a little bit of early growth. And I'd credit you guys as well. I'd link you guys in the description.
Okay. So I'm letting Steven know, and I'm pretty sure he will agree 100%. Then, if for the sake of our viewers, for those that want to see something, then maybe later we can upload it there at the program, you know?
Of course.
I'll agree under one condition.
Okay, more conditions apply.
Let's hear it. Let's hear it. Let's hear it.
You got to link the Dan Brown official YouTube channel in the description.
All right. Well, we were making some headway on this, but unfortunately, due to creative differences, I'm afraid that the debate is going to have to appear on
Look,
the
just do it because it's funny though.
You know what, Christian? I'll do that as soon as you. No. You already know what I'm about to say.
Listen, start my rap career. I done that today, son.
Mumbling and whispering is all I hear, Christian.
They call me Young Sizzle.
You know what that's from? It's from
What?
Biggie Smalls. It's from 1993 when you weren't even alive.
I was born in 90.
Yeah, sure you were. I was born in 90. Oh, I'm older than the collapse of the Soviet Union. Look at me, everybody. Aren't I hot shit?
Aiden was born like the other day, and he's ever talking about Biggie Smalls.
That's right. I was born the day Biggie died.
Is that true?
No, I was not.
I was like, what the? Ominous.
Ominous indeed.
Hey, Achilles, are you up for debating about the Grand Canyon? I put a challenge out to you guys.
Oh, snap.
One debate at a day, please.
Well, to be fair, I suggested this like 2 or 3 weeks ago, and I said, get your best two guys together, and we will debate the Grand Canyon. But if you're scared, that's cool.
Oh,
it's always like that. And if you happen to disconnect, it's like, yeah, run. No, I'm down for it.
Pick the best two PGs for that topic, and we'll go for it. Aiden, I have to do it on Robin's channel, unfortunately. I already promised her, but you'll get the next one.
Wow, Big Bad Mama. Wow.
Unless you pay more.
Hey, Aiden, I already sold you out before you even started your channel. But no, I'm sure. All right, I'll tell you what. Big Bad Mama was crying earlier in the side chat about not being a moderator. So
yeah, I mean, what do you expect? Wouldn't you be offended?
Yeah, a little bit. A little bit. I'm not gonna lie. Why is there two Christians? What's
Oh God, two Christians now. That's horrible.
One of you's got to say something. Oh, they both left. All right. Well, I'm going to let him back in before I throw this gauntlet down, because the first person that answers this correct is going to get the next moderator position on this channel. I think is just a tad bit more interesting. So what is
told me I was going to get one, and now there's a freaking contest.
Oh, I'm going to cry about this now.
Fuck you. I don't give a shit if you're the host.
Wow. Being belligerent right off the bat, right off the bat. Is that what would your dad have to say about that, Big Bad Mama? That's
my dad could be belligerent himself.
Dang it, forgot.
Yeah.
We were raised in a hippie family.
Just,
all right,
hit your heart, but it didn't work because there's no heart there. It's just
what is the thumbnail and title of this show referencing?
That's a question for you. You're asking us?
Predetermined and Squirming.
Oh, it's referencing that movie where why you used that title. And
no, I'm just asking what is it from? What is it referencing?
I've only seen that movie in Home Alone 1, to be honest.
All right, Achilles, you got the moderator position because that's correct. That is from Angels with Filthy Souls, the throwaway fake movie from the first Home Alone film.
Oh.
It was a fake one. It didn't exist.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, they made it up completely.
Oh,
I mean, that's totally ageist. I mean, I was like 40 years old when that movie came out. I'm going to go watch Home Alone, everybody.
Okay. And just for the sake of the audience, I'm not 41.
I'm sorry. You know what? I'll reference train pulling into the station next time. And
well, come on, any
appropriate for you.
Fucking
Christian, don't lie about it.
It's like
everybody thinks I'm 41.
Don't lie about your age. You have a Nintendo 64.
That's
Stop
not
lying.
untrue, and it's a bad time to bring that up when I'm not 41.
Throw a comment in the side chat so I can make you a moderator. Then you can ban Big Bad Mama.
I earned the moderator status. I'll show you now.
Yeah, shoot me a comment. I'm gonna make you a mod too, Big Bad Mama.
Destroy you guys about the Grand Canyon now because I'm pissed.
Big Bad Mama, you are.
I have a question for just as a preview for that debate.
Is it about trans people?
No.
Okay.
I mean, depending on which canyon you're referring to. But,
oh my god.
Okay, what is it?
He did say Grand Canyon.
Holy fuck!
I don't
You
know.
can tell this stream has gone on for too long. When?
Look at spooky and but I don't know. The whole argument with different squirrels on the two sides of the Grand Canyon.
Okay, do you want me to tell you what the topic is first?
Wait, where? What? I'm gonna ban you from the chat, dude. Be careful.
Oh.
What?
So the topic is the formation of the Grand Canyon, and the first part will be about the formation of the rock layers exposed in the canyon walls, and the second part will be about the carving of the Grand Canyon.
Okay.
So go ahead.
Okay, so this is not a preview to that debate then. But I was just wondering the other night, I think, as thoughts go through my head when I'm trying to sleep, because I can't. At some point I thought, like, wait a minute. So if I go to the left side of the Grand Canyon, there is absolutely no chance that I will find the squirrel that exists on the other side.
The left side, what?
There is this argument that
so they're on the north and the south, right? The two species of squirrels. So east and west of those areas are desert, where you don't find the squirrels. It's only in the uplifted section. So the uplifted sections are only in north of the Grand Canyon and south of the Grand Canyon. Does that make sense?
Yep. But my question is that, so in the north side, there is no chance that I will find the southerner at all?
I don't think so.
I mean, I know they can't mate. I get that.
Yeah, they're genetically diverse from, they're specific genetically. You don't find any of those individuals, the kaibab, and I forget the second type of squirrel, but you don't find any of the other ones in the others area because they've evolved into that particular species. As far as I understand, maybe I'm wrong there, but
okay.
Of course, that's not part of our debate, of course.
Yeah, but I was just wondering, like, so it is, they are isolated to this day, like none of them have managed to somehow find itself on the other side. Let's say it was born.
There's no way to get to the other side, and unless humans have introduced them, but there's no way to get to the other side. Oh, there's some good AI, Aiden. Yeah, there's no.
You made that. Didn't you make that?
I did make that. Yeah. Yeah. There is no way that a squirrel could get across the Grand Canyon to the other side.
Yeah, the way that I would
intervention.
Okay, the way that I would imagine, if that would be the case, if we somehow found one there and we knew for a fact that there was no human involved, it would be like it was born on the southern eastern side, and then instead of going south, it went north.
It's possible. Right. It still would have had to have crossed a canyon at some point. And the canyon to the east gets out of the pine. You know, the squirrels live in the pine forest, and so by the time you get east or west, you're out of the pine forest, you're at lower elevations, and so you're only in desert, harsh desert.
And coyotes are going to get you.
The coyotes are going to get you, and the mountain lions and hawks and eagles and
yeah, all the good stuff that are there. The what's the name of the rattlesnakes? Can't forget about those.
Yeah. Of course.
By the way, the two latest shorts that you uploaded, I want you to know that for me, this is the best riding trail that I can think of.
Oh, you cool. Might, the one about the palm grove.
You were walking on a riverbed.
Oh, I see. Okay, look at the one I did today, Achilles. I think you'll like it.
Okay.
I hiked to a native. There's native palm groves in this county, and they're remnants of like when it was wetter here. You're not going to agree, but this was like 10,000 years ago. But now they're isolated in these canyon bottoms.
That's an okay-ish number. Okay.
Okay.
I didn't want to hear millions of years.
They're isolated in these canyon bottoms now where they can still get water, but they're really beautiful areas, especially when the stream's flowing.
But as a rider, I never enjoy riding on roads made for cars. I enjoy going through like riverbeds, rocks, what it's called today, extreme enduro.
Right.
So when I saw you walking there, I was like, oh man, why didn't I do that? The thing is that when I came to the US 1 week before I made it there, I cracked my scaphoid bone, which took 2 years to heal. I was in the US with a glove on my hand at all times, and that's good because I didn't get to ride. Because if I got to ride in the US and see all those lands, all those places that I could go to and ride, maybe I wouldn't make it back home.
You were so close to this area too, where you were at.
And people ask me, have you been? You were there? Oh, did you go to Las Vegas? And I'm like, dude, if there was one place I wanted to go to and regret that I didn't, was the Grand Canyon.
Yeah.
It would not be Las Vegas. I mean,
right.
Yeah, but no, I didn't. And the reason I didn't is because I was very scared. And I got scared because of a lot of people that didn't pay attention to Google Maps at the time. And they were getting lost in the US. And they were calling me all the time to get in my computer, and the smartphones didn't exist yet. And there was everybody that went off, ended up calling me to give them directions on which highway to take so they can come back home. And with
were
some
they
stuff,
motocross racers?
No, cars. People were like,
cars.
let's just drive to LA, let's go. And it needed 3 highways to get there, and then they got confused with the south, north, east, west, and they lost themselves. Like they got lost.
Yeah, you got to have a kind of a course mapped out ahead of time, or you're going to be trying to get on your phone while you're in like 7 lanes of traffic.
You're going to be texting and driving in California.
80 miles an hour.
And there were no smartphones at the time. It was 2005.
Right.
You did not have maps with you. So unless you had a GPS in the car, there were no maps. And then there were all the things that I saw in Southern Cali with gangs. And for a Greek that just lives, if I just walk right outside my house now and walk to the other side of Athens, I will not get harmed. That's not the experience living in Southern LA.
Yeah.
So I got intimidated.
I can do that.
I don't want to. What? Sorry?
I can do that where I live. I can walk to the other side of the city and not get harmed.
Okay, but to me, not knowing the whereabouts, for you, it's hometown. It's somewhere you know the whereabouts.
Well, that's
For
true.
me, I was so scared that I would just make the turn that nobody does. And they would be like, why did you go that way? That's a known ghetto that everybody died. You know?
It's like Training Day.
We find a kid. There's a very alternate timeline could have played out where we find Achilles like 15 years later, and he's got like a bunch of face tattoos, and he's in like some American ghetto.
He's joined the Crips.
Yeah.
Running away from ICE right now, you would see me like on your TV. We got in with a student visa and never got out.
With the you just as it is as a student when you were here. If it was today,
that's true.
You'd risk them coming up to you and maybe even taking you in.
Yeah, I know. And people say that Achilles is not from here, and therefore his opinion doesn't matter. Now, just for the sake of that straw man, let me say that when I saw that happening to that girl, I saw my roommates, those that were not from Greece, they were from the US, and they are still in the US. So what I saw in that woman was somebody that I went in class with.
Yeah.
She was around my age, a little younger.
Well, that's a good way to look at it.
And the other one that Aiden brought up was in Santa Ana, and Santa Ana was right so close to where I was. It's northern, but it's still very close. And we have riots in Santa Fe, which is exactly where I was. There are riots all over the place over there. But because the US is so diverse, it makes no difference to me if it is actually Minnesota. It is somebody that is of my age, is in the US. So I, just as with Orthodoxy, I have issues with the authority, but not with the people.
The closest to El Paso I got is the old El Paso I have in my pantry.
I love Mexican food, though.
It's pretty good.
The
Can't deny
burrito.
me.
No way you've ever had Mexican food.
What do you mean? You know what, Christian?
I was in
He's
South
in
Carolina.
Greece.
I was in South Carolina for 10
Achilles has
years.
had Mexican food. The rest of you have not.
Oh, whatever.
I've been to El Paso.
Yeah, Calgary has the best Mexican food in the entire world. And Georgia, yeah, boy, they really know their Mexican food in Georgia.
Honestly, we have a lot of Mexicans.
And imagine what happens to me when I hear somebody saying, "Oh, I've had Greek food."
Yeah.
Sure you did.
Actually, we did have one person that was actually from Greece.
Yeah, we had the grape leaves one time.
We got to say about that, Achilles.
I had dolmades yesterday.
We had the spanakopita.
No, the reason I brought that comparison is because if BBM says that the rest of you, if you're not in California, you haven't tried actual Mexican food, imagine what it sounds to me hearing an American saying, "Oh, I've had Greek salad."
I have the guy that cleans my jacuzzi make my Mexican food.
Look, I'm in the construction industry, okay? I've had Mexican food.
You've had Taco Bell.
Hey,
I've had real authentic street Taco.
Mexicans fucking love Taco Bell, so I won't hear anything of that.
We have been in Mexico.
Yeah, I've been since I was young. You have.
Let's order some Mexican food tonight, guys.
I will. I don't even care if it's a financial.
And I ate it. I didn't know
Have you
it
had
was.
carne asadas with goat meat?
Tammy had street tacos in Mexico.
Well, that's the real thing there. Yeah.
We have goat meat like everywhere here.
Big Bad Mama would be like,
"Is that meat that you're selling in that stand ethically sourced?"
Yeah.
How did that cow live?
So let me see if Steven responded real quick.
What are you making? That's the sausage balls?
Keep bowling, 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 bowling. Keep bowling, 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 bowling. You think you ever heard that growing
Has
up?
Steven been on the reefer lately? He's pretty mellow.
Okay, Steven says that the only reason he doesn't want to do it on this channel is
Because
it's Aiden.
Yeah, there is a reason.
I was going to also recommend it for that reason.
There is a reason which I would share backstage, but I don't want to go. I don't want to stay live. But he said that we can do a review of it on this channel and discuss like for hours about it.
Yeah, no, it's all good. Like it was something that you offered me, so I figured if it was okay with you guys, that would be fine. But if Steve
Do it on both channels at once.
Oh, we could cross stream it. Would that be acceptable? Well, no, because that'll take views away from them. They won't have as many views.
Okay.
On it then, and I think it's more respectful to do it that way. If they already have it set up on their channel,
is that all y'all care about is views
away from them.
What about the people?
Now, if it was the other way around and we had this set up on my channel, and then they were like, actually, you will get 2.3% more views if you come over to this channel, then I would
Is this
say
about
something.
Calvinism?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, it probably should be on the religious channel, don't you think?
That's fair, actually.
What is love? Brucey, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me.
Oh,
no
God,
more.
Bruce.
That's how you know the stream is legit.
When Bruce shows up?
That's right. Yeah. For sure. I noticed you didn't hit the like button yet, Bruce. What the hell?
Bruce is out there?
The Brewster.
Come in, Bruce.
Can Bruce join the debate?
Shut up, big bad mom.
You're always welcome here.
Yeah, I'm just gonna come on and sabotage the show.
Where's Bruce at? I don't see Bruce.
And then I'll leave once you.
Yeah, you're like the fucking grandparent that like gives their grandkid a whole bunch of cotton candy and then just leaves at the very end. I'll never talk to you again if you let him on. Wow.
Now you'll see the other parts of being a host, like people telling you, if you let that guy on, I'll never talk to you again. She did say lol, joking. So
Bruce disliked the stream. I'll tell you what, Bruce, if you dislike the stream, the algorithm doesn't give a shit either way. So you go right on ahead, buddy.
And I love
engagement is engagement.
I love what Daniel said on this subject. Even if you don't like a stream, the fact that you're watching it, it deserves a like. Just the fact that you're watching it.
That's true.
So I don't know. After the time where dislikes stopped appearing publicly, you gotta be a real hater to dislike.
Yeah, like it's not even viewable into the public. So I hope you did dislike it, Bruce, because at the very least that means it had some kind of impact on you.
Right. On my line of work, before I meet you guys, the more dislikes I got, the happier I was. They were public at the time, and I was like, hey, 4 of those that I dedicated the video on have watched it. Awesome.
Do you remember the star system back in the day before they had the likes and the dislikes? They had the star rating system where you could rate something 1 to 5 stars.
Oh,
I'll tell you, it was way better. It was way more nuanced than just I like or I dislike this. If you thought that a video was like largely good, but you disagreed with some points, you could give it 4 stars. Or if you thought it was a meh video, you could give it 3. And that was what I was always looking for. I was always looking for the videos that didn't have 1 star or 5 stars. I was looking for the ones that were like 2.5 to 3.5 stars because you know that shit's super controversial.
Some good controversy for sure.
Yeah, there's a bunch of people arguing about it in the comments section. So that's what I would look for.
But now that you bring that up, which I don't remember the time actually with YouTube, when I go to buy something from Amazon or wherever, I always check the 1-star reviews before I spend my money. And that tells me that would be actually nice. If you didn't like something, you could like 1-star it and then say why. That would be great. But they don't want to dissent. They don't want.
Nice spelling of sense, Bruce. That's
it's like sauce. Closer to sauce.
You know what? A good example of the American education system in action right here.
He's gonna say, "I mistyped."
Do I need to bring up Bruce's education and what happened to him earlier on? We'll leave that out for now.
Oh boy!
Tune in for the next show.
But if he keeps it up, we'll do a show on it.
Yeah, you can't drop that at the very end of this. We gotta dedicate that to its own little thing.
You know what? Now that it's just the three of us, why don't we just trigger some more people about the whole thing that we were discussing earlier?
Yeah, let's sit here and talk for another 4.5 hours. Fuck.
I'm ready to go anytime you're ready to end this, because I gotta feed my dogs. I gotta eat.
I'm ready.
Cool. Well, you know what? I just want to put that out there. I'm ready too. So I think I'm gonna shut
That's all that counts.
down.
It's a 5-hour long stream, dude.
Yeah.
Good job, Aiden.
And didn't get boring, not a single minute.
I thought we had some good discussions there. Yeah.
Yeah.
Got a little boring when BBM was talking, but other than that,
Jeez, I take a lot of abuse on this show.
No, I'll you know what? I'm gonna be Big Bad Mama's White Knight from that. Actually, you can't say that about Big Bad Mama. That's not allowed.
You'd be my bubble gum.
That's right. yeah, you're bubble gum. Sir Bubby Gump is here. She's still
careful. He might jump in right when you want to end the stream. You got to go for another 5 hours. Don't say that name 3 times. You already said it's 2.
Yeah, it's already been 2. So I gotta stay true to my word. This has been by far the longest stream that I've done so far, but it's been super active. People have been active in the chat the whole time. People have been interacting with it all throughout the day. So thank you so much to everybody that's been here the entire time, especially people that contributed to the panel. Really appreciate that. And might do one tomorrow. It really just depends on how things shake out. Might do it later in the day because it seems like more people have time to come by a little bit later in the day compared to the very beginning. So I think I might settle on maybe a little bit more of a 5:30 kind of schedule than I did earlier today. I don't know. I'll give it a try tomorrow and see how it works. But yeah, unless anybody has anything to say, I'm going to shut it down here.
Had a great time.
Thanks for having us on.
For sure.
Thanks for having us.
Take care, guys.